All right, all right, all right, all right. Let's go ahead. Uh, Shoot. Let me go ahead and make sure. Am I set up okay? Is everything good to go on this end? Let me see something here. Y'all give me 1 second. Oh shit. There we go with the screen and stuff. That's crazy. All right, so let me see something here. Give me 1 second. I just had my screen go out on me. Um, that happens from time to time. So just give me one moment. My goodness gracious, how much of an awesome discussion I just had. All right, so let's do this. Let me go ahead and set my screen up. Let me set my screen up. All right, let's do this. Let's go here. Let's go here. Okay, give me one moment. No, that's the one. That's the one. All right, that. All right, so let's do it. Okay, now. Let's do it. Bow. Respect to you all. I really appreciate everybody for tuning in. Thank you. Thank you so much for tuning in. This right here is entitled The Rebuild. So let's go ahead and talk about what the rebuild consists of and all of the different factors that we have taken the time to indulge in, right? So let me do this. Wow. Let me do this. Let me go to style. My mother's turquoise. Where's my mother's turquoise? There it is. There it is. I know. So make sure this is all okay now. Salute to the family. I just want to make sure everything is all right. I just want to, just want to make sure everything's good to go here. So let's go ahead and talk about it. All right. So welcome back. Let's go ahead and do this, right? So 1 second. Let me see something. Hold on. Cause I want to see something. Hold on. I want to see something real quick. All right. Now I just wanted to make sure. All right, cool beans. All right, so let's talk about it, right? Like in contrast to, let me see exactly how I want to begin this and start it off. I first want to start it off by saying I thank everybody for tuning in. Thank you all to whom and ever may have subscribed. Much love to all of you guys. Like, thank you so much. Like, I do. I appreciate you to the fullest. Like, to the fullest. All right. So let's think about this right here, right? Let's think about this. I had to take some time and sit with myself, right? I had the real deal. I had to take that moment that just, I guess you can say, brought me back into reality. I had to sit back. I had to observe and think about everything that's been going on, right? So now, as I'm transitioning through my thoughts and things of that nature, I'm saying to myself, okay, well, what really took place? What really happened in that circumstance of my life? So I'm thinking about my accident, and I'm thinking about how, because like my surgery from yesterday, it brought about a clarity that I didn't even believe or know that was actually going to be the case. Like, it was just a pure clarity that just came to my mind. And basically what that is I recognized it. The reason why life continues to alter is because there are things in which life is demanding for you to address. Yo, it's so crazy how messages can come through to you. Timing, messages, the whole nine. The way it comes through. The way that it just, it's something that I definitely recognize takes place. How we actually operate and when we move and what we see, how we receive information, the whole nine, right? So if I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about it, okay, all right, so most of the time I do know that it's always going to vary between us as humans as far as how we communicate, how we operate, and what it is that we think about. Now, do you sit there and say to yourself, you know what? I got to be upset with these people or this person because they can't see what I see. Do you do that? Do you sit there and say to yourself, you know what? This person cannot see what I see. So do I really blame them for that? Do you really get mad at the man who is deaf and can't hear and you're playing music and you're like, so what you think of the lyrics? And they're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you get upset? Because they're making it clear, like, they can, vibe off of the emotion that you're doing, like nodding or bopping your head, but they can't really give you no full detail. They can't really let you know truly what it is that you consist of in its fullest capacity, and which it is, whatever it is that you consist of. Why? If that person cannot see or hear what it is that you are capable of seeing and hearing, how do you get mad at that? That's the only thing I wonder. How do we get upset at the fact that somebody can't hear or see what you hear and see? That's all I want to know. But the conclusion that I have definitely come to with that is this. What is seen is what is seen for a reason. What is not seen and what is not known is not known as seen for a reason. You're not always going to have that. You're not always going to have that, I guess you can say, full capacity level to really get where it is that you are in life. I'm saying this because it took me a minute. Oh shit. Give me a second, y'all. See, this is what I'm talking. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. All right, hello. Let's get it. All right, y'all, my bad. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's get to it. So look, right? This is what we got going on. This is what we got going on. So I'm going to go ahead and all right, back. There we go. So matter of fact, I'm going to pull some videos up. That's really what I want to tap into. So let me see something here. Y'all give me 1 second so I can go ahead and get this video pulled up for you. Let me look on this other side too. I just want to make sure. Let me see how things going. Bet that. All right, we're doing good. We're doing good. Everything is up and running. Okay, cool. We on all cylinders. That's the main thing. I just want to make sure. All right, bet that. All right, so let me do this. This is what I'm about to pull up for us. Let me see. Watch this right here. Let me see something here. So I'm getting ready to pull this video up, right? Let me see something right here. Give me 1 second. So I'm gonna pull this up. We're gonna talk about it. All right. I apologize. Forgive me. Forgive me. Let's go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and switch my style. I need my mother's turquoise. All right. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's build on it. So, what we're going to listen to, I like to pull up just different stuff. So, I need to go ahead and hit my banner. All right. So, let's hit the banner. Let's go ahead and get this going. Much respect to you all. All right. All right. Oh boy. So let me see something here. All right. Give me one sec. Well, I mean, I do keep saying that, so let me not say that. Let me go ahead and do this. Bam. All right. So what we're going to do is we are going to take the time, because you know something. I hear a lot of different, I guess you can say, like, perspectives, right? It's a lot of different perspectives when it comes to love. What does it consist of? The whole nine. Wow. So let's go ahead. We are going to, yeah, I got to make sure, because my mic, I don't know what that is. I'm going to make sure that my mic isn't going out. Okay, boom. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this time, because again, I hear a lot of different perspectives. I hear a lot of folks talk about, like, women. I would hear my sisters say, this is what love is. You know what I'm saying? You guys got to give me one quick moment. My phone just rang. Give me 1 second. I have to take care of something. I'll be right back with you. Please forgive me for the delay of the show. Please forgive me. do this. Let's get back to it. I'm going to pull this video up. Now, thank you all for your patience. Let's go ahead and get to it. Let me do this right here.
Love is often described as heartwarming, heart-wrenching, and even heartbreaking. So what does the brain have to do with it? Everything. The journey from...
Now that's the part that is the most fascinating. Because again, we have to remember when it comes to, I guess we can say, like the whole concept of feelings, the endorphins that are released, right? The whole nine. You're gonna have a lot of different emotions and all of this that derives. You want to know the number one thing that I've always wondered? What is the real difference? And I'm talking about feeling wise, not the overall longevity. Of course, we can easily say, you know what? Love is the good, the bads, the ups. No. What's the real difference between love and puppy love? And why is one called puppy love? And does puppy love fool us? It's a real question, right? So let's go ahead and listen to this a little bit further. Let's dive a little bit deep down into it. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Let's go.
First spark to last tear is guided by a symphony of neurochemicals and brain systems.
We call it endorphins. Wow. You accidentally called me. When it comes to that side of it that consists of raw nature. None of it was forced. None of it was anything of any kind of, I was trying, like that was my goal, was to seek you out. Yo, the best ones generally are the ones where I had no clue I was going to meet your ass today. Those are the best ones. I had no clue today would be the day that you came into my life and changed my life. Generally, you know what I'm saying? Like, those be the best ones. Like, real talk though. All right, let's go ahead and get back into it. I digress. My mic is muted. Hey, hold the fuck up. My nigga. Hold the fuck up. Hold up. Because I was checking this.
Because I hate you coward ass niggas. You a punk ass nigga.
Man. Thank God I got more. Thank God I got more than one. I don't know what the hell that was. We're going to leave that shit alone. Ooh, we're going to leave that alone. So let's go ahead to this news. that shit. Let- All right, so let's do it. All right, so let's see what they're saying on this, right? This is just something I done pulled up. I got a couple little things, right? So, like, when we talk about love, like the feeling, how we see it, how we embrace it, how do we recognize it? What is the difference between puppy love and real love? Now, that's the main thing I'm putting up here today.
Falling in love is an experience like none other. Emotions are high, palms are sweaty, and nothing is as it was before. This is Your Brain On, where we explore how the world affects our brains and ourselves.
I swear, I just did it. Yes, this is Your Brain on Love. I love being a creator.
A 2005 study was the first to analyze functional MRI images of the brains of people in love. When looking at their romantic partners, their brains lit up in regions associated with a reward center. Turns out that's because when we fall in love, several neurotransmitters related to this reward system flood our brains.
So, with this being the case, and those reward systems flood the brain, the text messages, the good morning queens and kings and all of that, and how did you rest? How was your day? You know, all of those things that's said, right? How does the brain respond to this? And what exactly takes place in that response? And let's just think about throughout the duration of this. Now, mind you, what it is that we're speaking about directly is the initial feeling. What I want to try my best to see if we can tap into is what takes place after, after that kind of dies down. What happens? Like this right here, where does that go? 8 months down, a year down the line, 2, 3, whatever. Where does that go? Where does it go? Let's keep going. So this is the initial state.
Making our emotions and our bodies go haywire. High levels of dopamine, also known as the feel-good chemical, activate a euphoria similar to what's produced by drugs like cocaine. It's a lot for your body to handle this heightened emotion and the accompanying.
So they are comparing the feeling of a love rush to the feeling of when you get your nose dirty. That's heavy. That's real heavy. And it's like, now that I think about it, which would you say is more addictive? Which is more addictive? Love or attention? Or is the most addictive component combined in the hybrid is the attention of when one receives love? You see how much we learn? You see how much we learn? It's so wild. So wild. Come on now. Salute to you. Respect. And I appreciate everybody in the building. Let's go.
Physical changes like a racing heart and increased blood pressure. So our bodies send out cortisol, the stress.
Yeah, I've heard that's what happens when you get that fish scale. I've seen the stories.
Hormone to try to regulate these changes. But as our cortisol levels increase, it triggers a drop in the amount of serotonin. It's a neurotransmitter that plays an important role in our mood, appetite, sleep, attention, judgment, and more. Cue infatuation, complete with its obsessive
Sleep, appetite. Is that not the number one thing that is affected when one goes through heartache and break? When your heart is broken, what is the number one thing? What is the number one thing that is affected? Is it not your sleep and appetite? You don't even want nothing to eat. Usually when it's that time and you about to rest, and why are you about to rest? Why are you about to sleep so good? Because you are accustomed to that person being your nightcap. That's right. You're used to that nightcap. That's why. So this is what I want to get to. I want to, while we're listening to this, and I have a few more, I want us to really dive into the beginning stages and what takes place in that in-between point. What exactly derives the separation of that? Now, I promise you right now, if you want to type that in and be on gender war stuff, that's on you, because this is a free space for you all. Me personally, I'm not about to go into any direction that it's a woman's fault or a man's fault. That's not what we do over here. What we do is we take accountability for the collective. The collective, like all of us, like what happens in this circumstance when it comes to the entire situation, not trying to focus on what that nigga did wrong. Not trying to focus on what she did wrong. Fellas, stop pointing fingers. 3 point back at you. I always talk to the men before I talk to my sisters. I will address my sisters, but I talk to the men. Because that's what men do. We don't sit around and be talking about women. That shit ain't, like, what's wrong with you niggas?
Thoughts and an inability to function as normal. As stimulating as early love can be, it's all a bit wild too. But here's the good news. This heady cocktail of dopamine, cortisol, and low serotonin generally levels out. And
you know something? Watch this, right? I love these examples. I love these examples. You want to know why I do? Because it's a real indication of how drugs actually work. You know why they say a person chasing dope, like they get that hit of dope, like you finally get that bow, right? You know why they keep going back? Because they keep searching for that very first feeling. And that's where the downhill spiral begins. You're not realizing that was that right then and there. That was that initial. That's not going to be the entirety, the completion, the totality of. You good, nephew? All right, now. That's not the totality of it. Nah, you not. Nah. That's my nephew. Nah, you good. You know, again, like I say, you know, we all got people who love us. We all got people who care about us. We do. Everybody. You do too, 18. You got people that love you so much, my sister. You know, you got people that care about you and everything. You feel me now? Nah, you good. You good. But like, real talk though, I was really thinking about that. It's crazy how like it morphs, it does its thing. So look, they're talking about how that dopamine, that rush, when you finally like once you get that rush, that's going to be that rush. You know, where a lot of people can fall victim to, I guess you can say, the serial dating, the serial daters. You know how they can sometimes fall victim and not even know that that's what they was putting themselves in a position of, because they keep looking for that very first high again. They keep looking for the first high all over again, just continuously. You chasing that first high. So anyone or anything that has the right fluffy words, anybody who can just make you feel good real quick, you gonna think possibly that's who it is that's supposed to make you feel good continuously. And just like the drugs, because love could be considered a drug now that I think about it. Yeah, that's right. Love is a drug. So it's like you're now chasing this continuous, I need to get this feeling again. When you really truly reach that pinnacle of love, you're going to realize that the buzz, the high, that initial, oh snap, wow, eyes open, right? Everything is so clear. See the stars in the background? You be seeing that in your head, and you outside somewhere. You trying to figure out where all these lights coming from and who's playing that music. Why am I hearing Gordon Lightfoot and got daggone? Why am I hearing, you know what I'm saying, some soft love and slow jams right now? Where is it coming from? You're going to ask those questions. You're going to ask those questions because that's what takes place. Period. That's what takes place. You see? So let's keep going.
things return to normal within 1 or 2 years. But take heart, that doesn't mean love fades. It just takes a different form, regulated by the other neurotransmitters like oxytocin. That's released during sex and helps couples feel closer. And increased levels of the hormone vasopressin boosts attachment and helps form a monogamous bond. This is likely why the excitement of early romantic love generally morphs into a calmer, companionate love over time.
Okay, so let's think about that, right? You know, I love that little ending part. I'm about to pull up another clip, right? Love doesn't change. It just takes a different form. What is that different form? The different levels in which we grow and learn each other. That's the different form. You know, the thing is that a lot of times we can get things twisted and think like, well, you were doing this, you were doing that, and things of that nature. Now, I'm not going to deny the whole aspect of when you're actually being romantic. When you're actually being romantic, when you're actually being attentive, right? As in paying attention, all of that. Then, honestly, it usually should bring about a much better result. It should. Again, people, we have to remember this. When we're talking about life, I can give you the best advice about anything in the world, but it never means it's going to be a 100% solid guaranteed. Why? Because the very first thing that we all should know about life is nothing is guaranteed. The only thing that's guaranteed is one thing, and that's the day that the soul reaches the collarbone. That's it. The only thing that's guaranteed is that you're going to be born. You will live for a period of time, and then we're all out of here. Everything else is trial and error. Everything else will be subjective. Everything else will be, you know, if it does. Let's go ahead and get to the next video. It's just, you know, it's crazy. So let's go ahead and look at this one. See, I like to have little nice, fun, lit up, animated stuff at times because, you know, we just need that, right? So let's go ahead and do this. I'm gonna pull this next video up. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. The time right now is 12:55 p.m. East Coast Standard Time. Let's go. All right, so let's see this right here. Let me see what I got. All right, so I don't know. Let's just try to learn something. Let's see what we have right here. All right. Why is this in another language? What the heck? Hold on one second. Yeah, we good. Don't mind the don't mind that down bottom. I don't know what language that is. Looks like something from Thailand. I don't know. Let's get it.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be in love? Not the kind of love portrayed in rom-coms, which usually comes about after a series of meet-cutes and dramatic breakups, but the kind of love that suddenly occurs to you when looking at your significant other and you realize that you want to stay by their side as long as you can. What happens in between?
Now, peep game on how they describe and how they brought about this instant. This scenario is drawn out. Look at where they are. How far away from each other are they? Literally right there next to each other. The reason why I bring that up, because I do notice in this day and age, you know, that's a real big thing, the whole like long distance. Like, I mean, as you all know, I did that, gave it a, shot and all of that. I ain't never done that before. See, I've never been the dude. See, I'm not the guy who burnt out his name where he's from. I'm not that guy. I don't, and I'm not saying like this ain't no, don't nobody, it's not a, in general. There are a lot of people who wound up, they just date everywhere except where they're from, because it's a lot about them that maybe they don't want you to be that close. Me, I actually prefer if you right down the street. I love that shit. I love the fact, because the thing is, I want to be close to you physically. So why wouldn't I want you to be within the vicinity of me? That's a plus. So I want us to pay attention to how is this dynamic set up in which, in which they gave this example. She's right here. He's right there. They're sitting at a desk together. It hits way different when you just around that person in person. I'm not saying don't do long distance relationships. Find love where you find love. But on some real talk though, that's what I see. Let's go.
In those two moments, how do you end up falling in love? There are several theories and ideas about how people fall in love. Most of them are abstract, but let's focus on the theories that have some scientific evidence. Body. On a physiological level, there are many signs and symptoms you may experience. Sweaty palms, racing hearts, and butterflies. All of these symptoms are simply a response to the thousands of biochemical interactions happening inside of you. You hold hands and oxytocin is activated. You go on a date and get home feeling like...
Listen to everything that's being said. You hold hands. You can't hold hands over the phone. Oxytocin is released just from the touch of that palm. I don't even have to insert myself into you. We'll get there later. But right now, let's just lay back. Let's just chill and cuddle. Let's just, you know what I'm saying? Let's just like be on some chill shit. Let's just kick it and cool it in the breeze. You see that cloud? That's exactly what it should feel like when you on that picnic blanket in the park or something. That's what it should feel like. You know, the nice simple things that bring about true connection. Ain't got nothing to do with nobody else, no crowd, no audience, no nothing. Just me and you. Let's keep going.
you're in the clouds. Cortisol levels have decreased. The early stages of falling in love are governed by a series of complex reactions. This is what we sometimes think of as romance. This stage is filled with angst, passion, and wanting to spend every second with that other person.
AKA what we all know to be called the pink cloud. Like, you know, it kills me how, like, see me, you know how I really view relationships now? I view it in the sense of, look, it's like this, right? The whole pink cloud, oh my gosh, I can't wait to call you again, Grand Rising Queen, all the little silly stuff that we do, right? I don't be tripping off that too much. Not at 42 years old. You know what I think about? What's your cleanliness like? What's your patience like? Right? Because that's the number one thing that I'm thinking about. Like, I'm not worried about how good you make me feel in the beginning. Why? Because as a man who continuously prepares himself for futuristic events, I prepare myself for what it is I want tomorrow to be. I don't sit there and try to scrap up and scrounge up today. Every time I enter today, I already knew what I was going to do that day because I prepped for it a week ago, if not a month or a year ago. I've been preparing myself. So when we finally reach that stage, we like that. It's like you standing in line and you're ready to perform as open mic night or something. This is your chance, right? And then finally, and you know, I'm backstage, I'm in line. You hearing the people that go before you, you hearing their performance, whether or not they did good or they got booed, the whole nine. And then finally, it's one more person ahead of you. And you know, I'm up after this. And then that person go on, and now you're that one standing right there with the person backstage who, you know what I'm saying? And you like, okay, I'm going up next. Do you go up there and just like, all right, y'all, I don't know what I'm gonna say or what I'm gonna sing or what the lyrics are, but I'm gonna try my best? No. You get out there, it's this rush. Like, are you nervous? No, no. You waited, you geeked up. You could not wait for this moment. The only thing that would mess up this moment is if you go out there and you were so excited, you didn't pace yourself and you weren't chill and, you know, poised with it. You got to go out there as excited as you are, calm that down and be poised with it. You smell me now? That's usually how that works out. Come on now. Absolutely, absolutely. But you know, with the man upstairs, if you want to call him that, I choose not to call God in any form or fashion of what we describe humans as. When you say man, you bring God down to our level. But I'm going to stop there. Now let's move forward. Okay, cool beans. But you know what we were given when we came here? A free will. You have the free will to make it to that stage or not. You got the free will to put that work in. See, God's plan, you know what God's plan, last time I checked, is to send us here and not intervene and see what you do and just observe. God even told the angels, don't interfere. Last time I checked. So if we know, like God, the angels, they do not interfere. You know what that means? Now, then we're told you have free will. So then what does that really mean? You do have a very, very good point. It's valid. There's nothing wrong with what is typed here. Man, the man upstairs plan overrides your plans, my G. Facts. But do we or do we not have something called a free will? What sense is a man? What can grant you paradise and what can send you to the hellfire? Your free will and what you chose to do with it. Respect to you. Let's keep on listening to the video. Let's go.
Although it's common in the early stages of a relationship, it can happen multiple times through a long-lasting relationship too. Mind. But what happens neurologically? Why do you fall in love? In 2015, doctors Richard Schwartz and Jacqueline Old published their findings based on studies on love. One of their findings supported the idea that love or being in love is a primitive need. This concept was supported by Helen.
Why is the love a permanent need? Permanent need. Honestly, I would say myself that because in a spiritual sense, let's just be for real. Our souls, our spirits, our everything, like your body was designed that it needs upkeep and care. Your body was designed that your teeth need to be brushed. Your body was designed that your skin needs to be exfoliated and scrubbed. Your body was designed that when the hair grows, it needs to be either maintained and or trimmed or cut. Your body was designed for that. And so was love. Love is a consistent upkeep. Don't you know how you have to continuously make sure, like ladies, you don't know, you get your nails done. You got that regular appointment with such and such. Yeah. Right? Don't you know how, fellas, we got that regular appointment with our barber? Don't you know how we got that regular appointment for some of us to go and get facials? You know what I'm saying? Whatever it may be, that massage that you need to decompress. The fact is this, you know what I'm saying? Come on now. Salute. What's going on, young blood? The fact is that when you need these things, I promise you, love is the same thing. Love has to be upkept. You have to know how to upkeep it. You know, like your vehicle, your home. You know how like in your home, things might break or go wrong. What do you have to do? Either fix it yourself or you have to have the money and the finances to pay somebody to come fix that toilet or restore that door. The fact is, whether you pay for it to be fixed or whether you're capable of doing it yourself, it has to be fixed. Let's keep on going. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. The time right now is 1:07 p.m. East Coast Standard Time. Let's rock out.
Helen Fisher's 2005 study, which presents fMRI images of the brain when it's in love. Regions of the brain, like the caudate nucleus and ventral tegmental areas, are active when researchers showed participants images of their romantic partners.
And this is why the combination, watch, there's one side. This is this hand. This hand is the actual feeling and emotion of love. Bow. Then we have this hand. This hand is the actual science of it. So then we combine that, right? So when you combine that, notice what we get. We get the combination of the two. You have to know how to incorporate what it is that actually is the physical sense of it, as well as the actual natural, what we call feelings, I call spiritual. What you feel is a spiritual thing, but we like to dumb it down and make it seem like feelings is something that you're into. Yeah, you're damn right I'm in my feelings because I'm in my spirit. I'm just saying, this is the way that man thinks. Never forget the third eye is open.
The ventral tegmental is associated with pleasure, attention, and motivation to pursue rewards. It's no wonder these regions light up in these participants. The brains of these participants associated their partners with pleasure and attention. Additionally,
what was that key word? Do y'all know what it is? I'm gonna wait for somebody to type it. I'm gonna spark my J. I'm gonna sit here. If you feel like, what was the key word that was the reward? What's the reward? What's the reward? Somebody tell me. I'm waiting for somebody to type in, what's that word? That is the key reward. She just said it. She just said it. We'll take a minute. I'll wait for y'all. Let's listen again. That's what I like. Listen to what she said the key reward is when it comes to love.
Detention.
Hold on.
Additionally, in these participants, the brains of these participants associated their partners with pleasure and attention. Additionally, these two regions are involved in a primitive neural network that enables us to go after things we desire. That is possibly why we constantly seek for the person we love. Another region involved in falling in love is the nucleus accumbens. The nucleus accumbens is responsible for activities connected to goals and rewards, be it food, sex, regulating stress, and self-behavior administration. This region, together with the prefrontal cortex and the amygdala, is responsible for helping us make assessments of others. But when in love, this region shuts down. Hence, the famous saying, love is blind.
What did you hear? There we go. Somebody's on point. That pleasure and attention. Thank you, 18. Listen, when we know truly what love consists of, listen, watch this, right? Let's take a career that you love. You love your career. You got in this career because you want to be of servitude and you want to go ahead and do things for people. You want to make a difference in this particular career field because you know you have something truly to offer. All right, so the career is the relationship. Watch it, right? So in this career, what is people who love their career? What is the main reward? Is it what they do in their career or the paycheck? I'll wait. Is what they do in their career, what is the main reward? What they do or the paycheck itself? Now, what is the paycheck? The love, the pink cloud, the feelings. It's like when you first get with that person, it's like every day is a payday. And then all of a sudden, now we on a 2-week check. Now we extend it. Now we on the monthly salary. Now you got to wait until the end of the month to get your check. But at first, when we started out, it was every day. It was like every day you get like $300, $400, $500. It was like the best daily labor. It was like the best labor job you can have. Because love is labor. Because why? Labor is work, and so is love. So there is a connection. There's a connection between labor and love, because love consists of labor, and labor is what you need to do in order to acquire love. Now, all I want somebody to do, whether on Instagram or whether here on YouTube, tell me where I'm telling a lie. I want you to tell me, what am I saying that's off right now? Am I saying something that's wrong? Love consists of labor. What is labor? Work. Labor is just another word. It's just another definition for work. Do you not have to work at love? See, the thing is that you don't have to work for that pink cloud. That's like the automatic. That's like the, welcome. You know how you get welcome into something and like you get a nice little cake or whatever. They throw a little office party, whatever it is, like welcome. Hey, everybody patting you on the back. Does that happen every single day you go to work? Or was that just the initial? Was that just to get you in the door? Now from there, if you want to continuously get those pats on the back, what do you have to do? What do you got to do? Do you not have to put that work in? Do you not? Do you not have to put that work in? If you want to, let's say 2-3 years later down the line, now watch this. You want to know what's so wild about love and what you need to know about it? It does work just like in some forms of fashion, just a analogy-wise contrast. It does work just like careers do. Sometimes you're going to bust your ass for decades or years and you won't get promoted. Now watch this. Do you give up on what it is that you love to do? Do you give up? I'm just asking. Oh, it's just questions. It's just a question. Do you then give up on what it is you want to do? Because now, I don't know, maybe leave that company, start your own, something like that. All of these, of course, we have all of these factors that come into play. But on some real talk, when it really, 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 really comes down to it, like seriously, what exactly do you see being a key factor in that? I'm just asking. So let's go ahead and get back to it.
In a conversation with Harvard Medical Journal, Dr. Old asserted, "We know that primitive areas of the brain are involved in romantic love and that these areas light up on brain scans when talking about a loved one. Of course, there are other factors at play. Not only are these regions activated, but also dopamine, oxytocin, and vasopressins, which all play a role in the attachment process. Dopamine gets released as a result of the activation in the reward center, and oxytocin is released during physical contact. But oxytocin is not just a feel-good neurotransmitter. It works together with vasopressin to create attachment. Vasopressin is what produces long-term relationships."
Oh, my bad. I done hit my mute. My bad. So yeah, I want us to pay attention. Let me repeat that. I want us to pay attention to every single scenario that's taking place. Where are these people located? Is any scenario that's being shown like they're over the phone or some shit? Huh? Oh, Appleberry. Yeah, some good. Yeah, Appleberry. That's what I got. I got some Appleberry. Appleberry. Get some. I breed. So medicated. So the point is that like on some real talk though, every scenario that's placed into here is placed into a circumstance in which it's right there connected. I'm showing this and trying to make the point of anybody who does, like, let's say the long distance thing, I promise you too will never get the fullness. Will you have something that is of substantiation? Absolutely. you can substantiate some things that basically, I guess you can say some like you can substantiate something that is of true value. But will you ever get the fullness of that person from a distance? Let me ask you a question. How good can I love you and get, like, let's say, how great can I give you a massage if I'm across the room? How great can I give you a massage if I'm right there in front of you? You see? So if you want to know what it is exactly I speak of, like on some real shit, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to know what I'm talking about, just sit back and listen. You can learn something. You can learn something. You want to know why? Because while I'm doing this and speaking, I'm learning from myself as well. You know, I actually learn from when I get to speaking. I learn from when I say things. You know what I'm saying? So I give messages. No, I deliver them. And you receive it if you choose to or not. It really is that easy. Now, I don't give messages, because to give it to you means that you have to receive it and take it. If I gave you something, listen, see, that's why we have to think about the words we use. The third eye is open. So anything you type and say, I'm going to pay attention. I promise I will respond accordingly. No, I do not give anything. What I do is I just drop off. This is just a drop off. You know how like times where you have your mail in your mailbox and you didn't see them come by, but it's there. Now, when you take it in a house, don't you got mail that you keep and you open and don't you have some mail, you look at it and you just instantly rip it up? Treat this the same way. Treat it the same way. You smell me now? Do I have hoes? No, because I wasn't raised around them. Nope. No hoes. I don't have hoes, bruh. You know what I have in my life? I got solid, thorough, real women. If I was to ever refer to any woman, the last thing that she will be referred to is a hoe. So you coming out your monkey ass mouth with the wrong already. But we'll have some fun with it. You smell me now? Thank you. Thank you, bruh. Like, like, come on now. You say what? Now, reason why I pulled that up here, because that's such a very much so, like, listen, it's low level. When you reach a certain level of maturity and elevation, you don't ask questions like that to a person you don't know. And what is this? A tie? Are you a dude? I swear on life, if this is another grown ass nigga asking another grown ass man when was the last time he got his dick wet, something wrong with you, my G. Now you can keep typing, but on some real shit though. When was the last time? The last time I seen your mother. Oh man, we had an awesome time. But hey, can you do me a favor? Can you tell her stop going in my pockets when I'm asleep? I know how much I keep when I take my jeans off in her house. All right. Respect to you. Let's keep on going. I digress. My mic is muted. Let's rock out.
If oxytocin is what deepens feelings after two people have sex, then vasopressin produces long-term attachment. The settling of these two chemicals is what helps calm the initial early relationship jitters. Once the relationship is calmed down, many people believe that love has died out. But that's not the case. Dr. Schwartz and Old proved that these regions are still active in people who have been married for over a decade. A state-of-the-art investigation of love has confirmed for the very first time that people are not lying when they say that after 10 to 30 years of marriage, they're still madly in love with their partners. Love begins with romance, which is necessary to fall in love. To feel your heart skip a few beats and to have that wonderful desire to see the person you love.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, when it comes to that particular desire that you want to give, let me go ahead set the ambiance, respect to you all a little bit better. So when it comes to that love and that desire that you want to give, the thing is that everybody gives that off in a form and fashion. Not everybody gives that off the same way. See, the problem is that we generally come across people who just don't recognize that, you know what, everybody does love different. Does that mean that the love is not sufficient? Not necessarily. Sometimes it could just simply mean that you don't understand that form of love. And I don't mean no like crazy, weird, wild stuff. I'm just talking about like maybe you're more give gifts. I may be more acknowledging. Like I just continuously pay you attention. You may not recognize that a lot of people don't get my attention the way you do. I'm actually showing you genuine, true love from me just simply because nobody else gets that special place but you. That's what happens a lot of times. Let's keep on going. Respect to you all. I thank you all for tuning in. Seriously, those who love, those who hate, I absolutely positively appreciate any and everybody who's tuning in, because the fact is at the end of this, all of us are going to learn something. I don't know what it would be for you, but I know I'm learning something myself today. Let's keep on being educated because we all we got. Let's rock out.
This is how you slowly become attached to them and eventually fall in love. Have you learned something new from this video? Let us know in the comments. And thanks so much for watching.
All right. So, I'm going to go ahead. I got another video for us. So, when it comes to that aspect, when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, the dynamics of how all of these things work, how do you see truly, like when you envision what love should be, when you envision how you should be loved, right? How do you see that? Like, how do you see it working out? Like, how do you see these things forming? Because the thing is this, I guarantee you, not near one person has the same vision as the next. Some of us might, right? Some of us just might have a similar vision. We may have some things in common with our vision, but no one person has the same vision on how love should be orchestrated and derived. Just like how no one leopard has the same pattern of spots, no one zebra has the same pattern of stripes. And nor can a leopard change his spots, nor can a zebra change his stripes. I'll just leave you for that to sit on. Let's keep on going. And for the record, I can tell you this much. As a grown man, like when you reach a certain level and when you are of certain caliber and cloth, I can tell you right now, from my teenage years all the way to right now, never one time ever have I ever inquired if another man had sex or not. Ever. Never. Like it doesn't even begin to come to my mind. So the thing is that, like, we have to remember when we're doing and saying certain things and we think we may be, I don't know, clowning or something, folks like me, we'll go ahead and open that up. We'll go ahead, I'll give you the spotlight and we'll make you a star. You an adult, right? You a grown man. The last thing another grown ass man is ever worried about is another man's dick. That's some weird shit. it seems like you trying to figure out what a nigga working with or something. Like, bro, you okay? You okay? It's not hitting on nothing, dog. It's not hitting on the damn thing. This is real. This is real sus, my nigga. My nigga, hold on 1 second. I got something for you. I know who I'm talking to, y'all. I'm gonna tell you right now. This is who was in the chat right now. So we gonna go ahead. Let's put a face to the name. So this is you?
Nigga, been in jail 5 years now. Man, it's only been 1,825 days. 6 hours and 13 minutes. She could have waited. Yeah, whatever. I'm just saying, why go back to jail, you know? Oh, man, I ain't worried about jail, man. What the you sound like a bitch. Bitch. Man, I ain't worried about jail. Shit, man, I don't give a damn about going to jail. Nigga, take me to jail.
Take me to jail.
Shit, lock me up.
Lock me up.
Throw away the kid.
We know how that ends off. It's your weird ass. Oh man, I promise you I got the right one today.
I don't know if there's any real definition of love.
Whew, that's a heavy question. Love. I think that love is when you put someone before yourself. It's definitely more than just a feeling.
It's an openness, and
All right, so look, because I got time today. So let's do it. Look, right? You're new. You're not aware. You don't know. I don't preach sex. You know what I preach? Logic. If I do talk about anything, I don't. Yeah, I gotta block you at this point, bro. See, now you just, bro, you went too far. Boom. There we go. All right, so now we done with that shit. What's going on, man? Salute to the family, yo. On some real shit. Like, cause you tripping. You tripping, my nigga. Like, why you keep like saying stuff that involves my private areas? See, this is what I say. See, this is, ladies, I want this moment to be, because bump that. This man won his little 15 minutes of I got you, my G. I got you. Ladies, this is why I say continuously, I don't claim these niggas. I don't claim them. Kind of weird shit you on. Bruh, you could have Joan. Listen, you want Joan? You want to try a bid? Bruh, you could have went in any direction. Why you keep going to private jokes? See, I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. I don't know. Do I have to hit one of these real quick? Huh? Do I just got to cam the F down? Because I got weird people out here that's up here like eyeing a nigga and shit. What's wrong with you niggas? Goofy shit. Bruh, you didn't do nothing. You just made yourself look real dumbass. That was real cornball, dog. Did nothing. You know what you did? You just like threw spitballs at a steel wall. I mean, it ain't even stick. Matter of fact, you were too far back. The straw didn't even allow it to land. It hit the ground before it hit the wall. Cut that shit out, man. All right, y'all. Let's get back to it, y'all. Like, seriously. Like, y'all not gonna play with me. You can try that shit again. I dare you. Try it again. Anybody.
it's an energy. That's the closest I can get to it, I think.
Love is overcoming the differences that you two have and learning to find.
Let's start the video over. Hold on. Let me make sure. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this. All right, bet. Let's go ahead and start this over. Let's go ahead and reset the mode. Respect. What's the topic? The topic is, how does the brain react when it comes to love? Like, how does it react? Like, what takes place when the brain reacts to love? You smell me now? Let's go ahead and do it. I digress. My mic is muted. Let's rock out. Let me pull this up.
It's
I don't know if there's any real definition of love.
Okay, so what is the definition of love? First of all, let's start off with that. Now, watch this, people. Do you know why I'm doing this? Because let's be for real. This right here, I believe, will be the absolute ultimate, like, checkmate on love differs. Love is always going to be viewed as how it should be projected, as well as how it should be received to that individual. People keep trying to talk about relationships and love as if like it's a totality thing. Everybody has whatever that works for them in their relationship. You right now, who is either hearing this live or you're going to hear this after I'm done doing the live, whatever it is you got going on in your circumstance, that works for you too, because you allow that to work for you too. Guess what? There's a whole nother couple that's been together probably way longer than y'all, and they do things the polar opposite. Yo, everybody keep trying to make this love thing seem like it's like this totality or something. No, it's not. It's not a totality. It's not like a guarantee. No, I listen to this person, so this is how I'm supposed to go about love. No, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to treat that message just like you do all those little envelopes when the mail comes. What you do when the mail comes, you go through it and you flick to the trash, keep, flick to the trash. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes when the mail comes, you'll have a bunch of stuff. It's only 2 envelopes you keep. And you discard the rest. That's why I say when it comes to this whole, like, now listen, does that mean you can't learn from somebody? Nah, that's not the case, because I tell you right now, man, there are a bunch of people who I've definitely learned from. I've learned from a lot of different people, yo. But on some real talk, love is not a totality. This is not something where like it's just one fixed set way on how you go about it. Like, cut that out. No, what you have to do is you have to know how to first and foremost know yourself. And after you know yourself, do you know what you do? You then learn how to customize how you want to be loved. And the only way you're ever going to see that come till its fullest blossom and bloom is when you come across the person that equally wants to learn how to love you, how you in particular want to be loved. But how can that person learn that? They have to be taught. And how do they learn? How do you teach them? Sometimes you don't have to always say everything. See, the thing is, if you're at a distance, then you may feel like you always have to tell that person something. If that person is just around you long enough, it's a whole lot you don't have to say. You don't have to tell me nothing. I just know. I just know now. I just know. You didn't have to say nothing. Nah, I peeped it. Nah, I know. Yeah. You get a little irritated. Nah, I peep it. Yeah, you love that. Yeah, you like that, don't you? Like, you just start to peep it. Because it's time spent. You can't get around that. It's impossible when wanting to acquire something we all know that's called love. Let's go.
Ooh, that's a heavy question. Love. I think that love is when you put someone before yourself. It's definitely more than just a feeling.
It's an open.
Oh shit, my bad. This is another thing I want to know. My bad, y'all. I really want to peep. Are the men's responses different? And if so, is it now let's try to peep this with all of them. Is it a consistent difference with the men? And is it a consistent difference with the women? Is it integrated? Do some women think just like the men and everything else? Let's see what we got right here. Let's go.
It's
I don't know if there's any real definition of love.
Ooh, that's a heavy question. Love. I think that love is when you put someone before yourself. It's definitely more than just a feeling.
It's an openness and it's an energy. That's the closest I can get to it, I think.
Love is overcoming the differences that you two have and learning to find the imperfection and working with it.
You give all of yourself to somebody. You never expect anything back.
My definition of love is God. It is. I think that God is love, so love is God.
Love is the innermost feeling one can present to another person who understands them.
Being in love makes me feel better about myself. All of the good things that I know are already.
All for real. Like, let's be for real. See, this is why I want to pull stuff like this up. If you're in these spaces, and if you really did, and if you real deal think that going about love, oh, come on now. Oh, come on, Cuzzo. Come on, Cuzzo. Come on, fam. What you mean the hell? Yes, it's different. Nah, real talk though. From what you hearing, what I'm doing is I'm breaking down the dynamics in which, let's just be for real with it. Everybody does view how love should be projected and how love should be received. Nah, real talk though. Real talk though, Native. Do you feel the same way? You feel the same way? Do you believe that love is like an overall, like, nah, it's just one way to do it. There is one key strategy to it. It's like in the fire. Like, no, everybody knows that you stop, drop, and roll. Everybody knows that, right? Or is it different ways in which this can occur to acquire it? Acquire what? Love. So my point is, I'm playing this right now because I'm showing directly. Everybody has their own vision of what love is, how it should be given, and how it should be received. What? They do? Okay. But listen though, my thing is this my thing, Native. This my thing. Now, I don't know. I'm just going, you know what I'm saying? I'm just going to drop a breadcrumb. I'm going to drop a breadcrumb real quick. All right, bow. Okay. All right. I just dropped the breadcrumb. There we go. But listen though, now some real talk though. All right. So you saying they got the game twisted. But listen though, who? You saying that? Who has the game twisted? Let's go back on it. The question is that right there. Hold on, wait a minute. This is the question. Define love in their own words. So you saying all of them have everything twisted. Okay, let's listen to what their responses are. I'm gonna get to your comments. Wait.
I don't know if there's any real definition of love.
Whew, that's a heavy question.
Love. I think that love is when you put someone before yourself. It's definitely more than just a feeling.
It's an openness and it's an energy. That's the closest I can get to it, I think.
Love is overcoming the differences that you two have and
oh my fucking gosh, man. And see, here we go with this. Here we go. So hold on. So watch this. Hey, let me ask you this question. Hey, Native. So you telling me love? Listen, I'm not talking about who you date. I don't mean color, race-wise. So you telling me that the true essence, the entire embodiment of love consists of like a particular culture or something? Or does love not transcend any and everything that we know to be of what we can comprehend as people? Is it not possible that love just might transcend that? It's just a question. You said people of other, man, stop playing. All right, so look, man. Let's go ahead and get to it, man. All right, real talk though. Like, let's talk about it. Like, cause this is crazy, Lola. This is crazy. This is crazy.
It really is. And here, okay. Hello, everyone. Let me take my keys off.
Y'all make sure y'all there, definitely subscribe to the Love Experience. Subscribe to the Love Experience. Dope ass content from a dope ass sister. Support our own because we are all we got. Go ahead, fam. What you got? Let's get it.
Let me say this, right? I respect the fact that people have a right to say whatever comes to their mind. They do. And I'm not knocking that, you know. But the thing is, for people, each and every one of those folks that they asked the question to, that day, most of them at least, they said I love you to somebody.
Right.
When they someone asked them, what, explain it in your own words. All of them are tongue tied. Like, we didn't say give the actual definition. We just said, tell us what you think. And they couldn't even say what they think.
Because Lola, look, watch this, fam. Is it not, because that's the point I believe I'm making. Is it even definable? So when we have people trying to sit up here and tell you how to acquire something that we can't even define as a collective, does that not make a problem?
Correct. It does make a problem. But see, this is in part why I created.
You went out.
This is in part why I created my channel, because I found that there was so much of a problem with just understanding the concept and then applying it that I said, you know what? I wanna talk more about that, which is why I called my channel The Love Experience, because in fact, that is how I've learned to, let's say, experience love. Because it's not a thing. It's not a physical thing. It's not a feeling. It's not an energy. Like, for you to separate love and say love is a specific energy, now we know you in no man's land. Because truth be told, sometimes love is leaving you alone to be afraid of being alone. Sometimes love is being there right with you every step of the way. Each and every definition of love is equal. It is love. Love can look like hate, because hate is a part of love. You understand? Like, to say I love my son or my parents means I hate those that would harm them. You see, it's a part of love. So that's why I don't like it when people get into this whole what I feel. Just be honest. Just say the truth of the matter, which is I'm still experiencing that. And that's what love is. It's an experience. It's not for you to define. It's not for you to sit and put in a nice little box so that you can come and say what is not love. Because a lot of times people, when they think of the word love, they think about sex and relationships to partners. They don't think about love in a universal sense that is not defined based on procreation. That's not what that is. So when Homeboy said love is an energy, it's like, I get where he's trying to go with that. But nah, you need to think harder on that, because you're not looking at love in its full context, which is in part the story of Oshun. If anybody is aware of the saga of what I call of Oshun, Oshun is essentially the depth of love, and the depth of love is a dark place. Like, there's parts of it that won't make sense to you in this reality. So it's not a matter of defining it. It's a matter of you experiencing it, because there's a part of you that don't need to define love. You already know what it is. But it's like, part of this experience is experiencing what it feels like to feel separation. That's why everything is in O's and ones, light and dark, up and down. Because in reality, in true reality, there is no separation of matter. This is just a matter of your perception of separation, but your perception is just your perception. It's not real. Like, we could literally theoretically say there's a wall in front of me. We could theoretically say that because that's our perception. But in fact, we could physically prove there is no wall in front of you. You're not sitting in no chair.
Yep. It's just like the elephant that they did the experiment. I know, we up there with it. They tied the tree. And then they finally, after years, cut the rope. The elephant didn't travel but for so far, because even though the rope was cut, the elephant still didn't go past the distance that the rope had it entangled by. Period. So I get that when you say that, like subsequently what we do is we limit ourselves in what is really an endless possibility. But let me ask you this real quick before I push play on the video, because it's only like a 3-minute video, so I ain't gonna hold you before I gotta pluck your brain, Native. All right, so look, right? You said it's some dark places in love, right?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that people should be deterred and or give up on love? Or like you saying that, mind you, there are a lot of people that's going to hear that and be like, that's some scary, like, oh nah, see, this is why I don't want to commit, or this is why I don't want to whatever. You smell me now? So what's your take on that?
Okay, so when I said it's a dark place, right?
Mm-hmm.
I notice where your mind went.
Okay.
It went to the bad, not negative, because negative doesn't mean bad.
Okay.
But dark simply means not differentiated. You see what I'm saying? So it's a place where it's for you to experience it, not to see it and be able to identify it away from anything. So it's like when I say dark, I mean exactly that. It's a place where you will not be able to separate what you perceive as good from bad, because there is no such thing as good and bad when it comes to the absolute definition of the word, or let's say not of the word, of the concept. There's no absolutes. So where do we find non-absolutes? In the abyss, right? The primordial abyss. That's what most of us understand. So when I say love exists in the darkest of places, really that's a metaphor that takes your mind outside of the realm of right and wrong, up and down, what I think versus what you think is right. And therefore there is no coming together. That's that separation. So it's not a matter of dark places to say, well, giving up on love. There is no giving up on love. Even if you said right now, I don't want to be in a relationship, you're not giving up on love. You've just chosen to experience a different side of it.
Right.
And that is the side of it that says you have to love yourself and be sustainable on your own in order for you to sustain. Yeah. This is the side of love you will experience because of your choice. Now you can choose to keep going in terms of partnering with someone to find, let's say, that part of yourself that you resonate with, but that's just a different side of it. It's not that it's not it. So what I'm saying, people say that. They say, oh, I'm giving up on love because I can't find it. No, this is the experience of love for you to understand what it is. Because right now you're in a room and don't understand what air is, but you're breathing it. Every place you go, you're breathing it, but you seem to think you can't find it.
I'm loving that. And with that being said, we're going to get right back to the show, but we have to take a quick commercial break. Lola, you stay right there. I want you to tell me what you think about what they said. And I digress. My mic is muted. Let's rock out.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Down. Hold up. Don't hurt him now. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him.
And that was brought to you by Little Men Need Love Too. Little Men Need Love Too. Let's go ahead and pull the video back up. Tell me what you think. All right, so let's get it. Right here. Here we go. My bad, y'all. There we go. And let me do this. Yeah, there we go. Boom.
I don't know if there's any real definition of love.
Whew, that's a heavy question.
Love. I think that love is when you put someone before yourself. It's definitely more than just a feeling.
It's an
And let me know when you want me to pause it. I can hear you.
openness, and it's an energy.
Okay.
That's the closest I can get to it, I think.
Love is overcoming the differences that you two have and learning to find the imperfection and working with it.
You give all of yourself to somebody. You never expect anything back.
My definition of love is God. It is. I think that God is love. So love is God.
Love is the innermost feeling one can present to another person who understands them.
Being in love makes me feel better about myself. All of the good things that I know are already there just feel highlighted in me. Just makes me feel like I can face the world
just pure happiness, and everything is right with the world. Nothing could go wrong. It's an out of body feeling.
That excited feeling to see them come home, or to see their face after a long time of not seeing them.
Warm fuzzies, that little increase in the heart rate, that little tingling on the skin, and also at the same time, a real sense of groundedness. So it's like having this floor underneath me that's always there holding me up.
It makes
Yeah, I can't. And just for the record, before you say anything, everybody, let me help you out, because I'm a little more acquainted with the dragon herself, the love experience, aka my native. Let me go ahead and respond for her briefly, and then you tap in, because I already know this is what's going through her mind right now.
Oh, hell no! 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 Oh, hell no!
Go ahead. Go ahead. I already know. I already know.
Oh my God. Okay, wait. That was funny. Okay. So yes, that is true. That was so true. Okay. Right on time. Yes, that's a big hell to the no. And no, we're not accepting that today, because if you understand the definition and the concept of homeostasis, that's what they're talking about.
Come on now.
That right there, homeostasis is what they're talking about. The feeling or the perception that you are safe, that everything is okay, nothing is wrong, everything is working the way I like it to work. Not the way it's supposed to work, but the way I like it to work. And if I'm cancerous, everything is coming towards me the way I want. That is love. No, that is homeostasis. Know the difference, good people. That's homeostasis. Love can never be when everything is right. You can never know what love is until you've seen people and their actions and intentions through the prism of difficulty. There is no I love you, but I have never went through difficulty with you. There is no such thing. There is no such thing as, I'll be honest with you, let's say state love, which is loyalty, right? There is no loyalty if you've never had to prove it. There's no such thing to say I am loyal to you, but yet I'll never have to be loyal to you. That don't even conceptually make any sense. So no, I'm not trying to come down on them like they stupid or nothing like that. But I am saying hell to the no when it comes to this idea of streamlining love, because it seems like when you ask people what love is, again, it's all about me. And it's like, no, it's not about you. That's not what love is. When Shorty said love is all things right. How?
Okay.
Like, for instance, can I make all things right in your life?
Okay.
No. So does that mean I don't love you? No. I'm a whole person that's separate from you, no matter how much our energies are in alignment. You will. You gonna feel some sort of, let's say contradiction even in my own actions that's gonna rub you the wrong way. Things are not all right. Does that mean I don't love you? So this is what I'm saying. People not taking these ideas, right? And I call them ideas, and they're not flushing them out. Because when you flush out what love is, you can't walk around and tell someone you don't love me because you're not making me feel good. That's not your criterion for love when you flush out the idea in your mind against what truly is in existence. Because I'm not saying, hey, well, what if this and what if that? No, I'm just putting reality up to what you're talking about and saying, no, this doesn't make any sense. What you are describing, because I will say it, is homeostasis. Homeostasis matches every single thing every last one of these people have said. Homeostasis, that is. Homeostasis is not an act of love. Homeostasis is not the concept of love itself, maybe in a small degree, because for existence to happen, right? That means there's an element of love that's present in reality because existence exists. You see what I'm saying? But that's an aspect of love. Just like you Your consciousness. There's an aspect of your consciousness that can be asleep, can be awake. There's an aspect of your consciousness that's always, let's say, thinking. And then an aspect of your consciousness that's not always thinking because it has to be focused. So even you yourself don't exist in one streamlined vacuum. Your consciousness, which is something that even most of us will never fully understand in a lifetime, doesn't exist as one thing. So it's like, okay, fine. If you want to talk about what love means to you, say what being in love means to me. That makes better sense to what at least the females and most of the males are talking about there. Being in love is the feeling that all is right because you are around. Being in love means feeling safe, even though danger is literally underneath my fingernails if I swallow the right shit. Like, that is being in love. Like, even if I'm up against a life-threatening circumstance, I feel safe because of my perception of me and your energy together. But here's the real kicker. People are not finite. So when they die and you watch them die, does that mean they don't love you anymore, or love does not exist, or it went away? And if it went away, where did it begin? So this is what I'm saying. Don't say these words and not flush them out. Because when you flush them out truly, you start realizing God don't really love you in the way you think God loves you. And this is why sometimes God does things like, the more you want a thing, God won't give it to you. But when you don't give a crap about it, that's suddenly when God think you should have it, now that you don't want it. Like shit like that. And you would say in human form, this motherfucker don't know what the fuck they doing. They playing me to the left and I'm about to like let them know some shit. But that is truly the epitome of love. So it's like, again, so think about it. Think about what you're saying. Because again, and it's okay to say, I don't know the full extent of that. But what I do know is when I'm feeling what we call in love, this is what I interpret that aspect of love as. And as far as the greater aspect of love, I'm not quite sure exactly where I fall in that, because what I've been taught through religion is, well, God loves and hates. So therefore, love is separate from hate. So that's my concept of love, that it is separated from things. And life is a matter of separation. So I understand that. And I give them credit that if you grew up under a religion that was based on separation, everything is separated, and there is no concept of, let's say, if you know what I'm talking about, when I say the 7 Hermetic principles, you didn't learn those principles within your concepts, then I get it. I get why everything's black and white. I get that. But in reality, you don't live in black and white. You don't see in black and white, and you don't operate in black and white. So for you to make for you to have these definitions of such broad context in black and white, like, it goes to how you were, let's say, how you were brought up mentally. But I digress.
Oh shit, I want you to respond to this right here. So with everything you're talking about with love, so right here, so let's just so everything you saying, right? Let's go to it. I'm gonna go right here. There we go. All right, boom. So let's do it. So look, your thoughts on this. Now, of course, this is classic. I already know, Lola. You know this lot. You know this. Let's go. What's your thoughts on this right here?
Think the whole concept of love, commitment, and marriage is not in its proper place today, because I think a lot of females feel like love is butterflies in your stomach and looking perfect all the time, and he's smelling good, and he treating you like royalty all the time. That's not reality. But a lot of women and men, I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, go into relationships with the wrong idea about what it comes with. Okay. And here's the thing that's different for us too. It's not just a feeling when you love somebody. It's a decision that you've chosen this person and you're going to be committed to this person. and that there are going to be tests, trials, struggles. You're not going to always agree on the same thing. But today it just seems like the mind said, okay, this ain't working no more. I'm out. See, this is the
Your thoughts.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I gotta throw a wrench in Auntie's soup over there. First of all, love is not a choice.
Okay.
You don't get to choose a thing that has always existed before time. That's not what you get to choose. What you're talking about is a commitment that you choose to commit to or not commit to. That's what you're talking about. Commitment. Responsibility, meaning your ability to respond to a question. That is not, again, what we're talking about. Love. That's not what we're talking about. Now, what I will say is this. What she's referring to about the butterflies, that's not fake. That's real. You understand? That is a real sensation that people feel in the mating ritual of life, period. That is something that flows through all things that procreate. But we call it being in love, liking a person, infatuation. We got a lot of words, but that feeling is a natural thing that's supposed to be there. And here's the thing. You would ask yourself, why would God, if you believe in God in that sense, why would God predicate what you can understand as commitment or choice or whatever by this feeling here? Like in terms of the depth of it. Why is this small little feeling of butterflies in the stomach? Why is that there? The same reason why before a male can enter your vagina, it has to be somewhat wet. Otherwise, it will be a hard experience that you probably won't do again, and the human race will die out. Like, that's why. So it's not that it's not real. It's just an aspect of feeling, the feeling of being in love that's predicated for relationships in ritual reproduction. That's what that is. And that is not to be diminished, because a lot of people say, like her, this is about my decision of loyalty, and it's like, hold on. Your decision to be with him naturally should be based on nature. And nature says if a man doesn't have the genetics to be passed on to the next generation, the resources, okay, and he's not an alpha male in that sense, because that alpha maleness is what ensures that your male children will procreate, you shouldn't even be with him. So when you say, well, it's a decision, no, because now I'm going to go in on that decision and figure out, is this a fake decision or is this some woke decisions? Because this damn sure ain't based on nature. Nature is harsh, okay? That's not what your decision is based on. Now, if you want to say, a marriage, right, is based in decision making, right? Yes, the word marriage indicates that it is a legal institution, but it's predicated on a biological, let's say, fact. You see what I'm saying? That makes sense, but that's not what she's talking about. She's trying to put it like people leave relationships and say, oh, well, this isn't working because I don't feel good. And what she's not doing is giving credence where credence is necessary. She's not telling people, hey, you should be in love with the person that you're going to be alone with when your children walk away from you. You should like the person that's going to be laying next to you, choosing what to watch on the television. You should like the person or feel like you want to be friends with the person that you're going to be doing friendly shit with. You should. However, in every last one of those circumstances, there is commitment and choice and, let's say, things like patience that's necessary. Even in your own relationship with your children, the same elements exist. Choice, patience. You see what I'm saying? Like, and that's not a romantic situation. You see what I'm saying? But I'm exercising the same concepts in my relationship with my children. So are we going to sit there and say I cannot be their mother because I don't choose to be? No, I'm always going to be their mother. I might not be a good mother if I choose not to engage. But now I'm going against nature. Nature says there is no you choosing not to be a mother. You have a mental disorder if you think you are choosing not to be a mother. So I'm not saying that her personal choice isn't a good choice for her. But when she gets into defining love, again, let's be clear on what we're talking about. Because if you want to say, hey, my father chose this man for me, and because of my commitment to my family name, I made the choice to legally be bound to this person and not disrupt the contract. Cool. That's what that is. But that is not the definition of love. Love is not bound by marriage or relationships. That's not what that is. And truly, if we want to talk about commitment, we're all human. When one of us goes through pain, the other one feels it. So what commitment do we have to each other? Are we all in a relationship based on her definition? Hell to the no. But based in reality, yes, we are. So no, we can't sit here and define love by marriage and relationships and sex. That's not what love is. But being in love, we can say, hey, you're in love when someone comes around and it just makes you feel better. That's what in love means, and that's a real thing. When you eat good food, right, that is good for your soul, you feel better. You feel at ease. You don't feel disease. Same thing with people. When people come around and you can laugh with them, you can feel safe. You can feel like you can be yourself around them. You see what I'm saying? Meaning there's a reciprocal relationship there. That creates ease in your internal workings, right? And that's a relationship. For us to sit there and say, well, nah, that ain't that. No, look, listen, call it what it is. It's an aspect. It's an experience of love, but it's not love itself. No. But don't sit here and diminish that aspect of even mating rituals, because it's necessary. Like, it's been going on since the day before forever. It's necessary for nature to exist. So it's like, I think there's a lot of politics involved here with people saying girls just don't want to be in relationships no more. No, that's not what it is. That's not what that is. People want relationships, but the reason why they are in relationships are no longer predicated on past politics. So now we have this intermediary period, right? We're wondering, what is the purpose of marriage? Because marriage is a legal institution based on need. What need do we have for marriage if everybody has access to the same resources? Nobody has to, quote unquote, do the husbandry or the wifery. Like, nobody has to actually do that anymore. So what is the purpose of marriage? That is a legitimate question in 2025 based on where we're at in time. But all it really means is, like all things, we're redefining ourselves and what we are and how we move in this world. That's all that means. And it doesn't mean that we're going to define ourselves by some stupid definition. No, but we should ask ourselves, why are we doing this? You see what I'm saying? Like, back in the day, people used to get married around 12, 13 years old. In 2025, why is a 12-year-old getting married? That's a legitimate question. That's a question that shows we have intellect. So, I respect Auntie's position in her marriage, but I can tell based on the way she's speaking, sitting next to her husband, she's not in love with that man. I can tell she think about another man every time he up in her. I can tell based on how her energy is, okay, next to the man that she, quote unquote, chose to be loyal to, that she's not loyal to him. She's loyal to what comes out of that loyalty to him. That's what that is. Like, I'm loyal to my landlords right now. You know why? Because I like my house. It's a nice ass house. I'm loyal to them Koreans. I really am. But it's not really to them. I'm loyal to paying them. So it's like, come on, I love them people. Sometimes during COVID, they won't even hassling me. Listen, I am loyal, okay? But keep in mind, I've only met them maybe a couple times in my life. I don't know them, but I'm loyal. You see the difference? So that's what I'm picking up. That's what I'm picking up with her. That, to the gentleman's point that you played before, when he said it's an energy, right? This is what he's talking about. The in love, that's an energy that creates other things, right? In her case, she don't share that energy with him. And that's an in love sort of thing. So therefore, when she's speaking, I can see in her eyes, in her inflections, in her body language, that her and her husband aren't actually, quote, happy. They're there for the duty of whatever they're there for, but happiness is not there. And human beings are not animals. And I'll say this in land. We don't need food, clothing, and shelter. If everybody had food, clothing, and shelter and nothing else, we would deteriorate from the inside out and our race wouldn't proliferate. Like, all of us, even homeless people, have on clothes. They can find food somewhere. They can sleep under a bridge. Food, clothing, and shelter met.
True,
but
that
they're
doesn't
not
make you happy. Yeah.
correct. We need more than that to sustain, quote unquote, our homeostasis, which is our psychological mind, our biological, let's say, leanings. So it's like, no, like, I get where she's trying to go with that. She's trying to say, hey, young people, don't make bad mistakes, but don't lie to the people trying to correct their mistakes.
Okay. I love that. Now, Bow, let's go ahead and do, hey, see, that's why I love these type of discussions. So I want you to tap in on this one. Salute to the brother. Now, this is basically about, like, you know, as a woman, like when you're upset, things of that nature, right? So just your take, because I do believe it's a very good take, and I absolutely appreciate you for educating me further on the other side of that, because you have to remember, me as a man in a man's brain, I listen to that message. What I'm receiving is the actual message, right? Or at least what I believe or receive the message to be. You of the total counterpart, and your brain being wired and functioned, and it functions different, you just gave a total different view on that. And that's why I know for a fact that dynamic, as far as like counterparts and how we think, it's not about mine's is better than yours or anything. Just like I gave the example about the car and the engine. It's not about that. It's about the simple fact of what is an engine without a car? What is a car without an engine?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like if I take that whole block up out of there and it's gorgeous. I mean, just picture whatever color, whatever model, style, year, whatever make you love. What is it with that engine in it?
I don't even got a word for it. There ain't no word for it.
So it's like, you're right. So it's like when we had these discussions in these spaces about, oh, the man is the prize, the woman's the prize, the very first thing that comes to my mind is, which is more important, the car or the engine?
Neither, because neither. You can't. Neither.
When you separate them, they both have great value, but when you separate them, they're not at their completion of value.
Fact.
Come on now. What's your take on this right now? This right here, this is about when she's angry and letting things build up when it comes to like the woman's perspective. Okay. Now, of course, it's our brother. Salute. Let's go ahead and listen, because I love this right here.
Now we can figure out, why am I angry? I'm going to use logic to reason out our anger, right? So I'm going to look at what I did. What dysfunction did I bring to this? And figure this out. And then once I can do that, I can optimistically look at what her situation, what did she bring, opposed to me always looking to blame, right? Because that in our anger, we don't turn the knob down. We leave it at that high. And that's when we want to make decisions. That's when we want to talk. And nothing gets done because no one is talking to each other. We're shouting at each other, right? We're not listening.
Yeah.
So, again, anger is like a leak in a house, and the worst thing you can have, one of the worst things you can have is a leak, because leaks follow pipes. So you can find a leak in the kitchen downstairs and it started from the upstairs bathroom. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, if you don't get to that leak in time, it doesn't stay just a leak. Now it becomes mold.
mode,
This
and
is
it's
what
bad for
anger
your brain.
does.
Facts.
If anger doesn't get dealt with, it doesn't just stay in that one place where you guys were angry with.
Yep,
It festers. It goes into other places, and now you're angry about something that started 8 weeks ago, about something totally different. Now you have a whole big mountain opposed to a molehill. So this is why it's best to try your best to deal with it. And we know that sometimes it's not ideal to deal with it the same night because it may be something really serious. But don't let it fester. That's the issue.
All right. So on that note, your response to that, but the main thing that that sparked that is men just supposed to know you feel a certain way, or I expect this or that or what have you, or you feel some kind of way about something. And supposedly we're supposed to magically just know you do feel this kind of way. And it is a genuine thing that is across the board when it comes to men. I don't care which grade or quality, how classy or smooth and debonair that man is. I promise you, it will come to a point where that man's going to need you to verbally express what it is that you desire or want, or what you are not happy with. What is your take on that?
Well, let me say this about Bolo.
I already know.
Let me say this about Bolo. I think Bolo, I think he's definitely well-intentioned. And I think that a lot of times when people teach, right, from a certain perspective, they teach others the what, right? Because the what is important, right? If people don't know what we're talking about, there is no conversation. However, beyond the what, it's not enough to tell people what. We have to know the how. Like in the Black community, we know the what. We know what is wrong. We just don't know how to fix it on a mass level in the time frame that we need it fixed. That's what's missing. It's the how, not the what. We're all clear on the what. It's the how that everybody now needs to argue over. But to his point of the anger, right? Anger is a formula. Meaning right now, if I say, listen, Smitty, get legitimately angry right now. You're gonna have to dig, and you're gonna have to there is no such thing as you just being angry because I said be angry. Anger is the result of a formula that has to be present. You see what I'm saying? So it has this natural place, right? But like he said, if it's naturally out of place, meaning it's not supposed to be lingering but so long, sort of like your flight response chemical in your body, it's supposed to be there up and down depending on what's going on. But if it's constantly going off like a bell, now it's going to be a toxin in your body. So I give him credit that he is spot on when he says, well, anger is not supposed to fester. It's supposed to be dealt with. That's the what. But now it's, well, what about the how? Because it's easy to say, deal with your anger. Don't let anger fester. I agree. But how do you not let anger fester? Let's give an example. Your mother made you lie on your father when you were under 10 years old. It resulted in your father losing his life. Now there's ramifications in the family behind that. What do you mean? Don't let anger fester. Deal with it. Nobody needs to, in a sense, hear at this point that it doesn't need to be festered. People don't want it to fester, but the issue is, how do you, in that circumstance, for instance, do you not let anger fester by just talking about it? People talk all day long about how much they don't like what other people are doing and what other people should be doing. That don't seem to be making anybody budge. Not at all. So it's not so much about, well, talking, because people doing a lot of talking. Not too many people is being secretive about anger specifically. Not that. Maybe resentment. Sure, resentment can be hidden well deep in the woods. But anger, there's no way to hide true anger. That's you're gonna deal with that quite expediently. But when it gets to, well, what can be hidden over time, right? Which is resentment. That is a choice, right? That's a choice. That's a choice that most people would say isn't love, but I would argue it is love. It's now your choice to experience what it feels like to have a relationship that is supposed to work, but because of your inability to address something, because of something you got going on in yourself, now you will experience a different side of it that you won't like, but now you will have to like. That's a different side. That's a different lesson in love. So if I'm resentful towards somebody for doing something to me and I don't want to talk about it because I can't talk about it for whatever reason, when we say deal with it, that means acknowledge the truth within yourself. You don't have to confess your sins to God. God, to say I have to tell God my sins, God, you don't have to tell God nothing. Like, God ain't waiting for you to tell it shit. You have to confess your sins to yourself. And that's what Ma'at is about. The confession of sins. I have not did this. I have not did that. I have not. That's to yourself, because you can't lie to yourself. And truth be told, like I take myself for example. I was rather frustrated earlier at someone who isn't a family member, but I see them as family because of a business decision that they made that I felt was just kind of stupid, right? Part of the reason why I was frustrated and I wasn't willing to say what was on my mind to this person is because I don't think that they are business savvy, yet they have a business. And I don't think that they have the capacity to really be what they could be, at least at this time in their life. Yet I see them doing what they think they should be doing, and they're just going in circles. But I have to respect them because they're in a position of power over me. And I don't want to rock the boat. And I feel like, you know what? I'm really frustrated because I want to say something that's on my mind. But if I do, I'm going to have to live with the consequences of speaking what's on my mind. And I really don't want to live with the consequences right now. I don't. So this is really why I'm frustrated. I'm not frustrated at that individual. I'm frustrated at the fact that I don't want to live with these consequences, but I want to be honest and stuff like that, right?
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question real quick on that. So you being close to this person, and you know how we talk in the Black community as far as like, family could be non-blood as well. So like,
correct.
Somebody, right, who like, that's fam right there. And have you expressed to them exactly what it is that you really see as a bad move? And watch, if yes, what was the outcome of their response? And if no, why not?
The answer is no. And the reason why the answer is no is because there was a soft suggestion made, right? That wasn't taken well, right? And because this individual, like I said, they're in a position of authority over me. And it's not my dude, just for y'all listening, okay? I know how y'all is. It's not him. All right. I felt like I didn't. Huh?
Hold on. So, 1 second, please. I just literally put my finger up to my. I was like, she's talking. Lola, continue. We see you in the building. I got you, my nigga. I just, because like real talk, I put the stars up for.
Oh yeah, okay. Let have the universe background. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Okay, let me finish here. Okay, so like I said, the answer was no, and the answer was no because when there was a soft suggestion, like I said, it wasn't really received well. And the idea, at least on my end, was if you didn't receive a soft suggestion well, I don't want to risk the hard statement, because the statement isn't going to be a suggestion. It's going to be a hard statement. So I don't want to risk that. And honestly, at this point, if you can't be spoken to in a way that is, let's say, useful to you, then I'm willing to let you be an adult and find out on your own. But what I don't want to do is have let's say, a contentious relationship with you over a suggestion. If you don't want to accept my suggestion, that's fine. But I don't want to risk our entire relationship over that. So therefore, yeah, I will live to a large degree in somewhat resentment because I have to deal with you on a daily basis almost. And I know that you're making decisions that I'm not in agreement with. However, that doesn't deter me from understanding that you are the person that you are to me. But yes, there's that. I don't want to be honest because I know what's on the other side of that honesty. And so I personally don't want to deal with that, at least right now. But I'm being honest that that's the truth of why I'm frustrated. I'm not frustrated really because of their decision making. That's just the beginning of it, right? But what it truly is my issue within myself. So when Bolo talks about resolving anger, right? Resolving anger isn't so much in talking to other people and resolving what happened. It's really about resolving why you have an issue in the first place, which usually has nothing to do with the person that you're angry with. Like even if somebody does something that you don't like, and like they literally was dead wrong, you don't have to feel angry about it. But why do you feel angry about it? Because you might feel like you deserve something better, right? Or they promised you something different and you didn't get what they promised you. However, if this person is known to flake, for instance, right, or lie, or be imperfect in this way, why are you angry? Really, what expectation do you have still that would cause you to go through that? So this is why I can say, I can acknowledge Bolo's statement as being true, but I can say that it's only a half truth. You see what I'm saying? And a half truth to a large degree is kind of useless unless you're truly pushing beyond it. Even if you don't know what's beyond it, you're pushing beyond that.
I love that. So what is your take on what Brother Bolo said from, I guess, now the man's perspective, me outside of it? Lola, man, thank you absolutely for that, fam. What you got, so?
Man, Lola, leave Bolo alone, all right? Talk about some Bolo, all right? Man, see, I could do this because me and her have a lot of inside jokes, all right? You know what I mean? That you people on the internet will never know. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, join the Intellectual Soapbox group if you want to know more things. I'm joking. Anyway, with that being said, I know Bolo pushes a lot, forgiving other people, and I do agree that is a freeing thing. And I do believe you should forgive others or get things resolved, right? I think that is a good thing. But I also understand, my sister's logic as always. You know what I mean? At times, yeah, my sister's logic could be frustrating. Bolo's logic could be frustrating at times too. But it's like you have to really understand where she's coming from and the point she's coming from. And I definitely understand why she's saying the statements that she's saying. But I do understand Bolo's coming from it from a way of a believer of Christ. And Bolo, I'm not trying to speak for you, bro. If you want to speak for yourself, you can likely hit the StreamYard and come up and speak for yourself as well. But I'm just giving what I believe that he's perceiving. My view on it is, I battle with this a lot. Because part of me is like, yeah, man, forgive people, let it be, let it work, whatever. But another part of me, I like your backgrounds, man. This is fire. I like this, Smitty. I like this a lot. You know what I mean? I like your house, man. It's very comfortable. With that being said, my perspective is it's a double-edged sword for me because at times I want to forgive people, but at times I really want to tap into my other side. My other side is really nasty and bad and just is evil. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? But sometimes I feel like that side is needed. You know what I mean? Not all the time, but some of the time. So I don't know. It's, I know internally I really want to be a righteous man, but is being a righteous man always allowing people to just, do certain things and you forgive them? And me and my lady was talking about this earlier today, and she was trying to tell me to, have another conversation with somebody that is a really close friend of ours. And I'm like, man, I already spoke to them. Like, now I want to just bring out the sword, bro. Like, it's just what it is. Like, I'm going to just react to their reactions. But it's something I got to think about because she did make some good points. So I don't really know. You know what I mean? So My answer to the
Okay.
forgiveness thing is I think you should forgive, but also I don't know. I'm gonna just say that.
All
Too.
right, so let me ask you this question, right? So this is what we're gonna do, right? Boom. Now that I have us up here, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get right back to the video. Now I'm not going all the way back because we done went back quite a few times. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slightly rewind on it. So the question is this, right? So Lola is basically telling us a Star Trek version of it, and it's basically like it cannot be defined. I am on the same ship, honestly, because it's almost like the color black. Like when people say black, define the color black. Like the last time I checked, the most common description is undefinable. And I really do look at love the same way. It's something that's just simply undefinable. So I'm just gonna go back just a little bit. And so when I push pause, I want you to respond. And then we're going to go through the whole video because it's only 3 minutes and we can end it off on here. I thank both of y'all for being up here. Like real talk though. You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead, bow. You know what I'm saying? Because I really appreciate y'all. I really appreciate y'all. You already know. You already know. So let's go ahead and get
respect. Thank you. Thank you.
You
man.
already know.
Have me up
Let's
here.
do it. So I want you to listen to this. The question is, define what love means to you. So this is my whole point with it. My whole point with it is the biggest complex part of what we go through is that not one person will ever define love the same way. That's like saying define God. Do you really think you're going to get a group of 50 people? No, I'm sorry. My number, 52. Do you really think you're going to get a group of 52 people to go ahead and describe God, and all of them, like when you sit down and you just simply ask one question, describe God to you? Do you think all 52 people going to say the same thing? So when we know this, come on now. So when we know this and we know that, so watch this, God is love, right? God is love. Okay, bet. So love and God, same concept. So when we talk about love, and even how Lola was explaining it, as far as like it extends way beyond just like a intimate sexual relationship. Like love is like your kids, your community, everything. And that is facts. Like no bull. I love my home. That's why I continuously upgrade it and get things fixed, because I love where I live. You know what I'm saying? So like, and that's an inanimate object. But let's listen. So the question is, what is the definition of love to you? I'm gonna play this, I'm gonna push pause, and I want you to tell us your description of love. Oh shit.
Definitely more than just a feeling.
It's an openness, and it's an energy. That's the closest I can get to it, I think.
Love is overcoming the differences that you two have and learning to find the imperfection and working with it.
You give all of yourself to somebody.
I'm sorry, she's just so damn funny.
Never expect anything back.
My definition of love is God. It is. I think that God is love, so love is God.
Love is the innermost feeling one can present to another person who understands them.
Being in love makes me feel better about myself. All of the good things that I know are already there just feel highlighted in me. Just makes me feel like I can face the world.
Just pure happiness, and everything is right with the world. Nothing could go wrong. It's an out-of-body feeling.
That excited feeling to see them come home, or to see their face after a long time of not seeing them.
Warm fuzzies, that little increase in the heart rate, that little tingling on the skin, and also at the same time, a real sense of groundedness.
Fair use, fair use, fair use.
So it's like having this floor underneath me that's always there holding me up.
It makes me feel expansive. It makes me feel like I can take on the world and I can accomplish my dreams. I can help other people accomplish their dreams.
And you just become this better person, and you have that little hole in your heart
Bless her heart.
that was missing, and now it's filled because you have love.
When you care about someone more than you care about yourself, and you would do anything for that person.
All right. So we're gonna finish the video. So what is your definition on the definition? Yeah. So just to give you a nice feel of what we talking about. So what you got?
Oh man,
Now,
you want me
just
you want me to
get it
Doctor Strange this,
quick.
or you want me to just? I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna Doctor Strange it, and then I'm gonna just
Man,
give
you do whatever you feel like doing. So look, like,
okay.
I
Buckle up.
can't even count though. Like on some real talk, Lola definitely gave a absolute hard to follow act on that one, brother. She hit it on the she hit the nail on the head. Multiple segments on everything that she said. I even had to pull up space just to let her finish. Go ahead. Just to let you know.
And I'll send you the Black Files graphics when she come up here next time. Let me stop.
You already know.
Anyway, with that being said, oh man, so my Doctor Strange moment is this. OG once said, people in love are two fools with a misunderstanding.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because they're not using their logic. You know what I mean? When they're in love, they're not using what they would normally do on a regular basis with a normal person, a normal circumstance, a normal situation, because they are in love. So their emotions are heightened, right? So they're not being and moving logically. You know what I mean? So sometimes they're moving foolishly based on their love. You ever have somebody in love that you're talking to and they telling you something? You're like, yo, bro, like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you even doing this? Like, what's going on with you? They're in love. They're not using their logic, right? Or a female do the same thing. She's telling, Lola have one of her female friends that's telling something. You're like, this don't even make no sense. She don't even act like this. Why she act like this? Because she's in love, right? So her logic and her understanding is off because of the heighten of emotions and the euphoria you get from feeling in love and being around that person, right? I think that with that being said, I think love is the most complex. Relationships are the most complex things on earth. I always say that because everything else is a formula. If I want to buy a house, it's a formula. If I want to drive a car, it's a formula for me to get that car. If I want to get a degree or whatever else in life that I want to achieve, there's a formula to get it, right? I can literally look online or look wherever I want to look, see how much money it costs or where I need to be or who I need to talk to, and align myself and make sure that I'm in the right, and I'm doing all the right things that are called for me to get to where I need to get to. And no matter how many months, years, or whatever it takes for me to get there, if I, put myself and work and get that, I can possibly get to something like that or something close to that, right? If I want to get my master's in psychology, I need to go to this school or that school and, maybe get financial aid or this, that, and the third. So it's all, all those things, have a formula. Most things have a formula like that you just have to follow, and you can possibly get close to it or do it, right? But there is no formula for relationships, not even family relationships, right? We think that there's a formula. We would like to believe that. We tell ourselves that there is, but there really isn't. It's just what we believe, what we perceive, and what we want or we feel like we need out of it, right? It's mostly based on our perception and our feelings. You know what I'm saying? And then sometimes we base that around a religious base, whether it's Christianity or Islam or Buddhism or whatever, right? We base it upon that. But it ain't really based on anything innate. It's just really what we think and what we feel. You know what I'm saying? That aligns with us and aligns with how we were brought up and things of that nature. You know what I mean? So love is really just your own perception, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Because I could think that being loving is, my lady pouring me some water. You know what I mean? In order for me to take some medication. Somebody could think love is somebody, putting their shoes in a shoe rack. You know what I'm saying? Somebody could think love is somebody sweeping the floor. Love can be a multitude of things for a multitude of people. It's just based on how you feel love, or what they call the love languages, right? Which varies from everybody else too. So it's really based on preference and your perception, perception, and a feeling. You know what I mean? And that is really what's based on. It ain't really based on nothing else. You know what I'm saying? So, in a sense, I like love. I like, enjoying love, finding it, being in it, all that. But at times it is a chore. And I'm going to say something too. Most people do not, a large amount of people do not end up with the person that they really truly love. A lot of times people just end up with who they end up with, because a lot of them are tired of being lonely, or they find somebody who's more convenient for them, so they decide to stick by them, or financial reasons. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know I'm saying something controversial, but I'm saying it. You know what I mean? And that's just really what it is. But most of us don't find the person that we truly love and truly want to be with. Most of us don't. You know what I mean? Most people won't admit that, but I've sat in enough marriage counseling events and devotionals and everything else to understand that is the actual truth. And I land there. But my mic will only be muted because my TV on.
Okay, and with that being said,
my mic is muted.
Lola, what you got?
I wanted to, and this is not to combat what anybody's saying, because like I said,
I'm pulling that up. Go ahead.
Right. So like, for instance, when I first spoke, that was not to say anything that Bolo said was incorrect, right? But it was essentially to add on to that, right? And what Mr. Best is saying is the truth, right? It's an experience, but that is the lesson of love. Love is not something here to make you feel good. That's not what it's for. At times it will feel good, but that's not what it's for. But I wanted you, Smitty, to play something from my Instagram that I found I thought was on topic for what Mr. Best had just said in reference to some people finding love and then others won't, and that whole dynamic, right? And I think we touched on that earlier, but once you get that, I want to play that because I think that speaks to that subject a bit more closely than what I might say, off the top.
Oh shit, my bad, y'all. I didn't even know I was on mute. I said I'm going to Instagram right now. Is it Fall in Love?
Yes.
Got you. All right, let's go ahead and pull that up. So 1 second. Hold on. Let me remove this. Hold on. File. And let me boom. Okay, and let me go back to here. There we go. All right, and boom. And hold on 1 second. I got you, fam. Because I'm learning technology. I feel good. All right, here we go. Yo, that shit dope as shit.
Let's go, baby. Hit the mute thing right there. There you go, Smitty.
You gotta start from the beginning.
I got you. Hold on. How do
This goes back, as a matter of fact, to extremely fundamental things.
Hold on. Hold on. I got you. Let me how do I go back? Okay. Do I go to my boom. Okay, boom. Okay, boom. All right, boom. Boom. Here we go. Hold on. Is it?
Yeah, just click on it again. Click on it again. You was good. Just go back to the page and click on it again.
I did. Hold on. I just did it. I just did it. Wait. All right, so wait. How come I can't click on the actual video? I'm trying to figure that out because I'm trying to get it from the very beginning. And that shit is blowing me. All right, hold on. So let me do this and let me just remove this. All right, boom. Now let me share my screen. There we go. See, I'm learning. All right, there we go. All right, so boom, boom. All right, so boom. All right, bet. Can y'all see what I'm saying? What the? Why is it doing this? Hold on, y'all cannot see what I'm saying, man.
We were.
Why is it doing that?
Just take your time, bro. You got it.
I got it right here. It's not there. But why is it not?
You know what? So wow, I was gonna say.
Hold on. Wait. Let me just go back out. Let me just hold on. Oh, that's what it is. I was in the same one. Yeah, I was in the same one. That's why. All right, so hold on. Here we go right here. I think I got it now. Because I have multiple screens up.
Yeah.
Here it is right here. All right, so let me go there. I believe. Yeah, this is it right here. All right.
And goes back, as a matter of fact, to extremely fundamental things. That there is always a curious tie at some point between the fall and the creation. Taking this ghastly risk is the condition of there being life. You see, for all, the life is an act of faith and an act of gamble. The moment you take a step, you do so on an act of faith because you don't really know that the floor is not going to give under your feet. The moment you take a journey, what an act of faith. The moment you enter into any kind of human undertaking in relationship, what an act of faith. See, you've given yourself up. But this is the most powerful thing to be done. Surrender. See, and love is an act of surrender to another person. Total abandonment. I give myself. Do anything you like. So, that's quite mad, because you see, it's letting things get out of control. All sensible people keep things in control. Watch it, watch it, watch it. Security, vigilance, watch it. Police, watch it. Guards, watch it. Who's going to watch the guards? So, actually, therefore, the course of wisdom, what is really sensible, is to let go, is to commit oneself, to give oneself up, and that's quite mad. So we come to the strange conclusion that in madness lies sanity.
So thank you for playing that. I wanted to play that, and I think some of the beginning was cut, but it's fine. To the point of logic, right? And I understand why everybody needs logic, right? And this conversation about the logic of choosing and all of that, right? However, I always tell people that logic is like memory, right? Everything holds a memory, right? You might not understand it, but everything has a memory. Every atom has a memory. So when you talk about logic, right, there's a logic in falling in love. There's a logic in not falling in love. There's a logic in, everything that exists, no matter what you might think of it per se. There's a logic to it. So somebody might say, well, you're calling yourself falling in love and making choices based on falling in love, right? However, and that's illogical. However, if we made choices based on the only thing that is just pure logic, no one would be in a relationship. For instance, what is the logic of being with a man that has anything that could possibly take me down in terms of risk? What's the logic of doing that when I know what the risk is right now and I know the outcome, right? What's the logic in being with anybody like that? Yet we all present that to somebody else. What is the logic? You will be alone following pure logic, right? In that sense. But when we look at falling in love, if you fall in love, right, that is a truth that is not to be denied. But if that is the only logic that you understand and will succumb to, then you definitely will find yourself with mostly the wrong people, probably the wrong people, and probably still alone, or alone in a relationship per se. Right? So logic isn't so much about saying, okay, well, no, you making decisions based on this and that. Yes, my decision is based on falling in love. My decision is based on whether or not this person is equipped to be in a relationship, right? Because that's a different aspect of the relationship, right? So there is logic in both sides of that argument. But if you only choose one side, it's like getting in a car with no engine or buying an engine and no perceivable way to buy a car to put it in. Like, that's how that works. So, you know, I want to give credit where it's due, that, you know, when people get in relationships based on just the feeling of being in love, right? And then that is the only logic that they will respect within their own minds. That's just as problematic as a woman saying, hey, if you don't fit my physical criteria for what I need and financial criteria and then, you know, there's no logic in being with you. Like, that's just as, you know, idiotic as well.
Well, Smitty, may I say something, please, bro? He's like, yeah, go ahead. I can tell from his face.
Go ahead, so play. You got time? Go ahead.
All right, listen. Yes. Okay, so I agree with you, sis, in part, right? And I'm saying I agree with you in part because so yes, you don't want to be too logical and end up alone. I get that. But I also get where people don't want to settle. Like, yo, if I put myself in a position, right? If I'm, you know what I mean? When you look at anybody great or who's trying to achieve greatness, they're not settling. You know what I'm saying? Maybe relationships you gotta compromise a bit, right? But nah, nobody's trying to settle. You know what I mean? So yes, a female may have these criteria, but it could be based on her experience with, you know, men and just the things she's gone through. Whether she was left by a baby
daddy
or she was taken advantage of or whatever else, right? You know what I mean? And maybe it's not
careful.
Maybe it was positive things she's experienced as well that also shaped her experience, right? You know what I mean? Salute to Sugar Bum, good to see you. With that being said, like, you know what I mean? So people should have their standards, right? I'm sure Smitty has his standards of what he's looking for and how he moves, right? You got your standard, I got my standards, right? He got his standards on how he want his food cooked. He's a chef, right? He's not gonna just make his food any kind of way, and you're not gonna serve him food any kind of way, because he know how food need to be prepped. He has a standard of excellence for food, right? You know what I mean? And I'm also giving him props as well. You know what I mean? So with that being said, we have a standard of excellence for relationships. Yes, there has to be a level of compromise, you know what I mean, consideration, but ain't nobody trying to settle. And then you wind up with somebody you don't want to be with. You want to be miserable. You want them not liking them. They breath stink now. You know what I mean? You ain't know they had all these problems and all this other stuff. Like, nobody want to settle. But in that, yes, I do believe, because my brother always told me this, I do believe in being the Leonardo DiCaprio version of Inception. I do believe that. I do. And whoever has never seen the movie Inception, watch it today. That's all I'm going to say. It's a wonderful movie. All right. I do believe in being that character in heart, right? And a lot of that is my personality. I'm gonna take the motherfucking risk if I need to take the motherfucking risk. You know what I'm saying? If I gotta push the button, me, you, and Smith, we gonna push that motherfucking button, and we gonna find out what's on that fucking other side. We ain't living on no what maybe. Well, yeah, we should maybe save them 3, but we don't know if we gonna make it. Nah, motherfucker, we gonna save that motherfucker. Let's go.
Well,
you know what I mean?
wait, hold on.
We gonna do what we gotta do.
No, see, I'm the person that stays back in the white truck. Okay, y'all go ahead. I'm the guy in the white truck.
No, you gotta come because you the one that could that keeps things together. You know what I mean? So yeah.
What? I am keeping it together. I'm making sure y'all get back. I'm in the white truck. That's the last time I have to get off.
Now, listen. Lola, you from here. The last time we knew somebody riding around in a white van was a DC sniper. So what type mission are you on? what type of white truck is this? Okay. All right. So let's make sure. Okay. Native.
I'm on the white truck that was going off the rails into the ocean in Inception. Remember the guy that, because each level you needed one person. You needed one person to stay there. I'm that guy because when you come back, you coming back to reality, and I'm getting out of here. All right,
okay,
so you come back.
Twisted Metal. Okay, wow. Sweet Tooth, Twisted Metal. Got you. y'all ain't gonna do this to me. We gonna get back to this. what is the definition of love? I'm gonna let the whole rest of the video finish out, then we can just continue the conversation and end it out from there. Let's go ahead and rock out so we can land this off. And thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you all. The time right now is 2:57 p.m. East Coast Standard Time. Let's rock out.
Now it's filled because you have love.
When you care about someone more than you care about yourself, and you would do anything for that person.
To me, love is a feeling of winning. When you're winning, you're happy, you're free, you're honest, and it's a way of showing your light that you are the best version of yourself. That's what love is.
I'm sorry. That nigga came up here and said, you know what? When they ask me, I'm just going to give them a poem. I'm going to give them my latest spoken words.
So pancake, subscribe.
I got some chosen words for homegirl with the whole God situation because
Hey, nah,
I couldn't.
so, yeah. What? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. So you trying to tell me right here? So you trying to tell me this right here, Lola? Hold on. Wait one
Long
second.
time of not seeing them.
Warm fuzzies, that little increase in the heart rate, that little tingling on the skin, and also at the same time, a real sense of groundedness. So it's
That's
like
her
having
Ron. That's her Ron that she's talking about right there. That's that her Ron. Stop playing, ma'am.
Oh man. Oh, here we go.
Listen, Smitty know what I'm talking about. I've been around long enough, and y'all probably got family members. That's her Ron. That she's talking about the tingly feeling on your skin. Man,
She talking about that dog food.
listen to me.
She met the plug at the harbor.
She had the methadone clinic with that shit. Like, no.
Shit.
Oh wow.
Wow, man. Oh my goodness gracious.
No.
All right, so
This
why?
man-
Why? When she said, hold on. So watch this. As believers, all right. So here we go. I'm gonna ask the question, Lola. So as believers, when she says straight up, straight up, when she says this right here, what's wrong with this right here when she says this? All right?
My definition of love is God. It is. I think that God is love.
What's wrong with that, Lola?
What's wrong with that is I can tell, and sorry if y'all in the audience, y'all match this description. I can tell by the shape of her nose that her God was flipping fish tanks in a temple in the year 1 AD. Okay, her God was in the Jewish temple saying, I'm sorry. No. Your God was up there telling people, don't ask me for no more miracles. I ain't showing you nothing because you ain't nothing to me. That's what your God was saying. Your God was up there in front of, Caesar and then the other governor acting like he on trial for real and he got the right to remain silent. But yeah, he gonna run his mouth in front of the other dude. Like, listen, let's stop with this. Love, God is love. Who's your God again?
I guess their God is
Damn. Hold up, don't hurt him now. Don't hurt him. Ooh, don't hurt him.
Wait, my bad.
That's the God I'm talking about. That's the God I'm talking about.
I plead the fifth on that video. I'm not even gonna say what that made me think.
Okay, here we go again. But you know what? No, in real talk, and I know I'm playing, but I am kind of low key, high key serious. Like when you say God is love, and then I turn to your definition of God, and your definition of God comes out of the Bible. Listen, let's not go there because see, I love my Christian family, but your God ain't fuzzy or warm. I can rest assured. You better go in the Vedic system if you want fuzzy and warm. Matter of fact, no, they even worse. I don't know where you can go, but you better go inside the yogi system or something. But not the Bible with the God thing and the fuzzy feelings. No, So this is what I'm saying. But see, if you want to say, hey, by definition, God is, and you want to give your personal understanding of what it is, and then say through your understanding in the Bible, this is what you think God is versus who God is. You understand? And you say, well, God is part of a Trinity, and Jesus was one of them, and Jesus reflected the other one, and then Jesus, when he was like, come on, like. Now this is why nobody can really love each other, because we got all these different crazy circumstances and definitions, and nobody's in alignment. And this is, imagine going to the DMV, right? And everybody know you go to the DMV and nothing is in alignment. Not the systems, not the people that should know the rules, nothing in alignment. How can you get through DMV if nobody's in alignment with nothing? Everybody got their own situation going on, but they all supposed to be working together. No, that's not how it goes. But it's like now people want to question, well, this person didn't love me. This is why they cheated. This is why they did this. Meanwhile, everybody is free to have their own definitions. It's like, yo, get on one side of the argument. But when we talk about God, that's a dangerous precedent to say God is love, and then you don't hardly know what love is. Then when I ask you, well, what is God? So we can clearly understand, then you want to get into this situation that only a certain portion of people is even believing in. It's like, come on. Life can't be that abstract.
We know, but listen. Okay, me and you know this,
Who is
right?
that in the white? Who is that in the white cloak? Oh, never.
That's either
that's
Smitty
Joseph.
or me.
That's Joseph. That's the protagonist.
That's Joseph?
Yeah, Yusuf. Yeah, that's Joseph.
Oh my gosh. But Lola, listen. Me and you know this, right? We all know that when people subscribe to a religious base, right, it's based on, you know what I'm saying, you know, them taking their most educated guess and feeling of what they believe and perceive and living their life according to that. You know what I'm saying? And I always use this analogy. If me and Smitty on crack, right? It's only an analogy, Smitty. Don't lose your head, all right? If me and you on crack, right? I get off crack and I'm a Muslim, and he gets off crack and he becomes a Christian. Who's better? Neither one of us is better. We was both up in the trap house, smoking it out. You know what I mean? I found one pathway to righteousness. He found another pathway to righteousness. Doesn't make either one of us better.
But Bess, you're right. You're right in what we experience in reality, right? But truly, if we're really as intellectually based as we believe we are, right, we should have enough intellect to say, hey, God, right, is an entity within the universe that's not understood. However, it makes its mark on our reality, right, through different means, meaning it's not bound by religion. It can take the form of any religion it wants to. Matter of fact, it is in every religion. And that's why people kind of don't understand me, because I go to different religious like outlets and I feel just as comfortable, like right there, like in the mix. And people are like, how you over here and over there? Listen, God is everywhere, in everything. There is a lesson of God. Literally, there's no place God cannot exist. There's no message that God did not give the creed, the creed to say, hey, this is what's supposed to be said out of this person's mouth and going to those people's ears. So it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, right, like you said, if we both on crack and Jesus took me to a better place and Muhammad took you to a better place, God is neither in Jesus or Muhammad. God literally is the thing that exists above both. So this is why it doesn't matter what religion you find yourself in. The religion you find yourself in is based on your maybe your cultural leaning, based on your thought process, like how you put ideas together. You feel me? That's for you, the individual. But truly, God is above you, all of these religions, and these religions is but, let's say, tentacles of God. So I don't care what religion we talk from, but when we talk about, for instance, the young lady who said God is love, right? I know that she don't know what she's talking about. I know that when she say that and she juxtaposition that statement with warm, fuzzy feeling, I know what she's doing. I know who her God is. Her God is the loving Jesus that she only want to focus on. And that's what sometimes some people do. They be having these badass kids and only want to focus on the part of them that they love and introduce that part. Yeah, you know what I'm really trying to say. But I know what she do. I know what she's saying. But that's why I'm throwing that out, because a lot of people will say God is love, and it's like, no, God told me to hate those that hate it. Like hate, okay? God told somebody to go kill somebody else. God, according to some people, was flipping over tables. So no,
Yeah, not because we even know that from what is written, God has sent messengers and prophets to go tell certain kings, destroy everything and don't even leave cattle.
Imagine that. Imagine somebody coming to your town, killing all things living and moving, even the children, and saying, God told me to do so. And you on your end saying, you know what? God is love. This is what's supposed to happen. You're not going to believe that, but that's what you literally are believing in that book. But what I'm saying is this: every aspect of reality is a face of God, is a face of love. But when you get caught up in one face, this is where you start lying to yourself. When you start saying God is warm, fuzzy feelings, this is where you start believing the lie. And now your experience of love is the experience of somebody self-blindfolding themselves with two swords in their hand, trying to cut their own head off. That's what love is, the experience of it when it comes to you, because of your own action. So again, there's so much to talk about there, but that's why I wanted to zone in on that. Not because I feel like there's separation, right? Because I just explained there is none. But I know that in her mind, there's more than separation there, and that's festering, and that's a problem. But if she like it, I love it. But let me tell you something: I'm not around here talking like God is love, and if you ain't part of my God circle, you ain't love. Trust me, I'm not saying that.
Yo, there's so many reference points, even from a book standpoint, a literature standpoint, and Lola knows this. Whether it's the Compendium of the Emerald Tablets by Billy Carson or the Emerald Tablets themselves, the Bible, the Quran. There's another book that I'll send it to you later, Lola. It's a very expensive book that I definitely want to buy, but it talks about how all religions are connected. And it's super expensive, but I want to buy this book. It's like really, really expensive. And I really shouldn't buy it because it's going to really financially hurt me in certain ways, but I'm still buying it. And another book, Isis Papers by Dr. Francis Quest Wesley, right? But I'm using these books as a reference point because they point out how religion and how social engineering and conditioning was actually, made through society, right? And so that factors in the way that we see love and how we see God and everything else. But a lot of us are afraid to see this or have these art or have these conversations because now we have to really, see that, okay, well, maybe what I fully believe, not that it's not factual, but that it's not 100%, right? You know what I mean? If I'm pouring you a drink in a cup, right? Do I pour all of the contaminants from the liquid into that cup, or do I pour just enough to fill the cup to your satisfaction, right? So if I'm pouring it just enough to your satisfaction, whether it's a quarter of a cup, half a cup, or even a full cup, even if I pour into a full cup, I can't pour but so much until it overflows, right? Damn, how did I even get here? But I understand that I can't pour all of everything into that cup because, like I said, it will overflow. So it has to be poured just to the level that you are satisfied with, right? So all of us are pouring what we believe in to the point where we're satisfied with it, to the point where we can sleep at night, to the point where we feel like we're loving people and we're giving to people. I always say I'm a deeply flawed man because I am. So the level that I'm loving the people in my life is the level I believe is the best level I can love them on. Not saying that I won't change in how much I love them or try to love them more. Of course, I always want to do that. But in my flaws, at times it's hard for me to do that because I'm a flawed human being. Or maybe my flaws are what makes me, great as well, right? When we are weak, we are strong, right? So, You know what I mean? It's a duality. It's a duality, and it's a very complex thing. So I don't think one person should just say. That's why I hate when people say, "Oh well, this is what this is, and that's it." You know what I mean? Based on belief or what they believe or theory. You know what I mean? Well, you know, the Quran said this, so you should do that. The Bible said that, so you should do that. And it's just that. It's like, no, like it's way more ways of feeling and thinking and everything else, and ways of love. And as you said, Lola, ways of hate, right? Maybe hate is justifiable in certain situations. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but when we start having these arguments, yeah, people get flustered because now you are questioning and you're making them think about the moral compass that they have based, you know, their life on. So
But Bess, keep in mind that okay, so religion isn't the problem. I don't care what's in the book. Religion isn't the problem. The problem is that people that claim. Sure? Yeah, let hear me out. The religion isn't the problem in terms of love. You see what I'm saying? That's not the problem. The problem is 99% of the world is under some religion. However, most people do not live by said religion. And this is where, like I said earlier, everybody's doing their own thing, and thus nobody's on one accord. And now we have strife between us because there is no agreement on anything. When I see, for instance, for the people in the world, I don't care if you're in jail, on the moon, on Earth, wherever, whoever identifies as Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Shinto, whatever the fuck, right? If everybody literally lived by the religion that they say they're under, right? Suddenly we wouldn't have a crime problem. Suddenly STDs wouldn't be an issue. Suddenly overnight, you understand, social issues like, you know, like mass killings and a bunch of other stuff like that just went away. Just simply because everybody's living by whatever religion that they choose. But when we talk about Christianity, friends, because I'm not going to go into Judaism, because that's I don't want to say that's a religion. That's more of a ethnic circumstance. When you go into the Christian aspect of the Bible, where Jesus is explaining to you how to have a relationship with something beyond yourself, he is by far understanding, because he read the scripture too. He understands that prior to him, you had what's called law of man. That is not a relationship. Just because you follow rules don't mean you understand connectivity within all things. That's not what that means. So, and it's my personal view that Jesus is the only figure inside the Judeo-Christian world that actually taught people through example and through word what a relationship with God is and looks like, and the outcome of it. You understand? So he didn't preach that God is always going to give you everything you want. That's not what Jesus preached at all. He in fact said, listen, if you think about doing God dirty, you better gouge your eyes out. Like, he literally said it's best to gouge your eye out, cut your arm off. Like, really? Jesus? But he was being very literal. And I mean, people don't really think about it in that sense. So nobody, and I mean, no religion has taught anybody that the definition of God is warm, fuzzy feelings. Nobody, no religion has taught that if you go against the rules over and over and over again, based on your own understanding of whatever the fuck, and you are interacting inside of a space where other people exist, that shit ain't about to happen to you, that you ain't gonna like. Every religion is in unison when it comes to that. Every single one. So it's not the religion. It's the inability for people to commit to said religion. Now, we're in different territory when we start talking about why human beings have it.
Why do we have the inability, Lola?
No, we don't have the inability.
I got a reference for you too of something.
No, I got you. But it's not that we have an inability, because clearly it's like Shorty said, it's a choice. Auntie said earlier, it's a choice. You choose based the expression of love that you experience is your choice. If you choose certain things, then that is the formula of which you will experience love. Now, if you like the feeling, sure, that's nice. If you don't like the feeling, that might be what you need. I don't know. but it is a choice in that sense of the word. So no, again, religion isn't the problem. It's the people within it that isn't quite sure on whether or not they want to live by it or not. Now, people that don't want to live by it, this is where I say your God is your genital. Your God is how you identify. Your God is what other people are going to treat you as. Your God is the feeling of power. Your God is always having your stuff to yourself and shit like that. This is what we're talking about. That is your God. So when you say God is love, listen, stop with that shit. Okay? Because a lot of people don't understand the concept of God or the physicality of the absoluteness of God. Like those are two separate things. But I don't want us to be lost on God, for instance. But I did want to just point to the fact that that's a thing that people like to say, but they don't truly understand what they're saying, which is why when things go left, they want to blame God or the devil, right?
Well,
For some odd reason.
let me say this very briefly, Lola, and then so you can get in there. I just want to tag this in very briefly, and then because I love this. This is a great discussion. Because I always want to talk about this. So what I do believe is the biggest problem, Lola, and I am going to say it. This has nothing to do with any particular religion or anything, but what I'm saying is overall, if you notice, every single religion, except one, for the most part, or I think maybe one or two, they have a depiction of whoever God is in some form of human body-like form. The God has some form of like actual what we can depict as fingers and hands and arms. The fact is this: we will never know exactly what God looks like or anything. So I believe that where the disconnect on that and what you say comes in is where we lower God to a physical standpoint. And again, it's not like no kind of anything, but when you do that, that actually limits truly because if we say God is unlimited, God is the ultimate, then to know that us in the human physical form, if I see arms and leg, the first thing I say and think to myself is, well, that arm and that finger can be broken. So is that really what it is that I see as the ultimate? The fact is that I do not personally believe that when we transcend and when we go to that other level and we are now floating into that ultimate infinite space of what is supposed to be forever, I do not believe it will look like the physical form.
Mm-hmm. I get that.
I digress. My mic is me.
I get what you're saying, and I'm in full alignment with that, right? However, I don't want to demonize the, let's say, anthropomorphication, if that's a word, of the concept of God, because you're talking about human beings having to conceptualize something that's hard to put into words, even with all the language we have today. They were trying to conceptualize an abstraction of an idea with minimal language and minimal ideas to represent it. So,
and Lola, right there, exactly what you just said, briefly, and that is the number one reason why over centuries there have been people who have had their head that has been beheaded because they just read a certain book. That is why that is the number one thing next to politics that you do not bring to the table. It is said in the word itself, if we want to go by one book or the other. The fact is that it says your relationship is supposed to be personal. The fact is that what is supposed to be personal should not be brought to the dinner table. So when we do that, that is where all of the confusion comes in. Just like with love. Now watch this. Watch the connection. What does sis say? I mean, not bump that. Not sis. What Karen say? God is love, right? God is love. Okay, bad. You know something? She didn't say something that none of us has never heard. We have heard that, right? So watch this, Lola. God is love. Now you broke it down very beautifully. I give you credit on that. So I give you props too on what you was saying on your aspect. So Lola, when you was talking about that can't be the aspect on everything you just said. Now, God being love, and if we're thinking about love, then how do you not make the same correlation?
Well, the reason why I don't make the same, me personally, is the reason why I don't make the same correlation. One is because I've been educated differently. I've actually been through, generally speaking, my education coming up as a child in American culture has given me access to the history of other cultures and their religious leanings over time. So I've had the privilege of learning about religion from a spiritual perspective, personally in my household, and from an academic perspective as a child in a very rudimentary form. But even as I went on to college, that just went into even deeper aspect of that, right? As far as like the theology classes and whatnot. However, I've also been through different religious systems personally. And I've had the pleasure of learning the lesson of love, the lesson of God through those different religions. And
now,
so,
Lola, I want you to finish, but real quick, sis, real quick. I love that you're saying that. Please, Pete, everything you're saying, because this is very vital, and I don't mean to disturb you. I'm so sorry. I'm noticing that you're describing something that is of basically the contribution of the both. Now, notice how I'm pulling up the stars and everything else. Do you see that there is a correlation between science and religion? Or do you think that they are both separate completely?
No, they're not separate. One is a reflection of the other. It's just a matter of how you understand, let's say, the realm in which it's operating. Different realms, same reality, just different realms. And it's both of a reflection, because you need both. There is no spiritual understanding without a certain equality of science involved. And you know the word science, I'm using it in a very literal sense, okay? Not as in Bunsen burners, but science as in the idea of the study of a thing to see what is real, what is true, right? So there is no, you're highly spiritual, but you don't have no way of discerning what is what, right? Like that is science. So I both are the same for me. Now somebody else might say something different, but for me, I don't see it differently. But the reason why I wouldn't associate the word God, and I use that word so that we all understand, because I understand that there's no point in me speaking if nobody understands me. I use that word because that's what we have to use, right, in this context. But to sit and say God is love, right, when I know that the beginning of all things is like is erroneous. There is no such thing as beginning. There isn't. And when you look at God as something that is everywhere and nowhere at the same time, it is outside of time. So you cannot sit and say all things happen as a result of God. Some things are very bad, but God is love and warm, fuzzy feelings. This idea is incongruent. So that's what I said. I was educated a certain way so that my thought process can't see God through that very basic rudimentary prism. So even while I'm sure she's a very spiritual type of person, right? But her education in that is very limited. So therefore her answer is going to be very limited, but she can't rise above that limited thought process and keep that same idea. Those two things won't go together. So if she feels that her idea of love of God has to stay that way so that she can feel safe, so that when she dies, she won't go to hell, then essentially she is stifling herself for the sake of her own demise, if I want to call it that way, because I don't feel like anybody is going to hell. However, the idea of hell is something that is just as abstract as God itself, you know, because it's like when we say, well, there's a place that we go when our consciousness is no longer here, and it's based on what we do here. We calling it hell and heaven, but really it's just a different energy that we're going to experience based on let's say the propelling energy, right? So one energy begets another energy, and it continues on and on and on. There is no end. So that's why, like, when I would never sit and say those things. However, I understand why she says that. I'm not putting her down or anything like that, but it's a danger in what she's saying because nobody knows what their religion actually says, let alone what God is, to be associating the word love with it and then basing relationships on that love.
So it is now your turn on that, and basically
Okay.
the question does revolve around when we get to the other side, is there religion? Go ahead and you give your
Yeah.
take on everything she just said.
And salute to the sister that is watching, that I sent this video to. Salute to you, sister. You know who you are. You know what I mean? Much love to you and your channel as well. Now Lola, remember that time I told you, you know what I mean, not to drink your drink of choice. I'm not gonna say what it is, Dr. Pepper. And he was like,
Lola, hold on, Lola, you like Kool-Aid? You like Kool-Aid for real? Lola on the grape drink, god dang it.
He was
You
like,
still
yeah, he was like,
family,
"Ah,
you
yeah, this
still
the best."
family.
I know all the facts of it not being good and not being healthy, but I'm gonna have me one here and there now. You know, I'm gonna try to stop. I'm gonna have me one here and there. You know what I mean? And you said that knowing
Shout out to the Blue Huggies. Shout out to the Blue Huggies.
you said that knowing of what it can do to your body, knowing the health issues that me and you have both battled with, right? And we have discussed, you know, privately. But you like, I'm gonna have me some of them sometimes, right? Same way I kind of feel about ice cream. You know what I mean? I know it ain't the best for me, but when it get hot again, I'm gonna go to Ben and Jerry's and go get me a little scoop. You know what I mean? Some. You know what I mean? If I gotta go to the hospital after, it is what it is. You know what I mean? But with that being said, right? And that's the same thing when that emotion of doing something even though we know it's not beneficial for us. That's why we battle with religion, because religion tells us, listen, you cannot do this even though it is pleasurable, right? And if you do, it has to be under these contexts and under these rules. So that's what makes it so hard, and that's why it does not. A lot of times it doesn't work with us because we as human beings, you know, we're gonna sometimes give into our emotions. You know, another analogy is you at Thanksgiving dinner, you know you full, you know you don't want no more food, but but Big Mama bring out the big cake, right? And everybody gonna get a piece of that cake because the cake is good. And if you don't get a piece now, you're not gonna get a piece because it's gonna be gone. Ain't no leftovers. You know what I mean? So you know, all right, I want a piece now and I want a piece later. What I'm gonna do? You know what I mean? You're gonna eat that cake, even though you know, even though you know that you shouldn't be eating it in that moment. You know you should maybe save some or maybe not do it, but man, my family does this. We eat the cake together, so I'm gonna eat it. You know what I mean? Even though I know it's not good for me. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, in retrospect, it's hard for us to stay with a religion because in our human experience, we're going to do certain things. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. You know what I mean? That's never ever gonna change. You know what I mean? But when it comes to the concept of love, right? You know what I mean? I guess I'm done in 44 seconds. When it comes to the concept of love, right? You know what I mean? What makes it hard, or even religion, what makes it hard as well, and the combination of both, along with science, is the fact that we as human beings, we have to have an understanding that we are moving on vibrations that we understand, but our vibrations is limited. You know what I mean? I always tell people that I am a cliff note of a story. I know parts of a story. I am a part of history. I am not history itself. You know what I mean? But yet I am history itself, right? It's a duality. I am, but I'm not, right? I think most people have to understand that, and that's why you can't just base love based solely on religion, but you have to base it on the complex of your morals, values, and things that you perceive. And
Lola.
Dang,
Okay.
I'm sorry, was I that long-winded, Smitty? Dang.
No. I just didn't know. You know how my phone is.
No. It's a good, like, to have an equal. Oh yeah, she gonna get the same thing and she get to going. All family gets treated the same. Like, seriously though, let's go ahead and rock out with it.
Smitty got some pork chops in the fridge. He's trying to cook, so he's trying to get us out of here.
Right. No, okay. So here's the thing with the soda thing, right? So I learned, and you're right. In that moment, right, the soda was my God, right? And soda is God, right? But water is God too, right? So it's like that was my God in that moment. But the thing is, and I haven't had soda now, I think going on 3 weeks now. So I like you, I am an evolving thing. I am alive. I'm not static, right? So this is the experience of love that I began with. It's the experience of feeling like you need something, and then it is the experience of finding out why, right? That's the experience of love. And then kind of experiencing who you were when you needed that, and then who you are now that you don't need it, and recognizing that part, that difference, and then going on to the next challenge, right? That is an experience of love. So I don't, even though yes, the soda was bad for me, right? It's the yin and the yang. Like there's the black, and then there's a little bit of white in the black. There is no such thing as absolute black, even as much as you may perceive it. It's no such thing as absolute good, as much as you might perceive it. These things are but half truths. So it's like, I'm okay with that, right? But a lot of people aren't, which is why they will say, oh, well, God is love, because they're not okay with saying that God is not all good. God is an aspect of reality, right? And reality is not good or bad. It's just not. But people just don't want to say, they want to say God is good all the time. No, God is not good. You think good is what works for you. What good might be to God is destroying the whole earth and putting another planet up in another 16 trillion years. That might be good for God, but trust me, it's not going to be good for you in your perspective when you see something happening to this entire planet and life is about to end. So again, people aren't comfortable with saying in this moment, this was my God, and I don't owe nobody any explanation or forgiveness for it. But this is a reality that I have to acknowledge. That yes, this is bad for me, but I have an addiction to it. Why do I have an addiction to it? You feel me? When you, again, and I think this goes back to what me and Smitty was talking about before you came, that when you talking about Bolo, when you deal with the anger, right? The how, right? You're really going to get into you, not the other person. You're going to get into why you feel the way you feel, because on somebody else, next person won't be angry at all at the same thing. Why? You see what I'm saying? That's the how that you got to get into right there. Those are the questions. So my thing is, if I'm going to be honest, right? I don't need God to be all good. I don't need the devil to be all bad. I understand that the devil is but a hand of God, just like air and oxygen is but a hand of God. And the minute it leaves, then I'm going to be worshiping that thing. Like, I'm just saying, this is the reality that we live in. And the closer you get to accepting of that reality, the closer you are, in my estimation, to God, which is why the thing you chase the most, i.e. the thing you feel you're most separated from, is the thing you'll never get. When you realize that you don't need it, when you realize that you don't need a thing and there is no separation, that's when said thing is yours. But the more you feel like you're separated from it, that's the more you will not find it, which is why I feel people are claiming that God is all good and the devil is all bad. And there is a devil, frankly speaking, like, because they feel they don't see themselves as one with God. So therefore everything is separated. So they're going to live that life. And the more they feel that way, the more they're going to experience that separation. But the more they understand that there is no separation, like there is none, this is when everything that you want is going to want you. It's going to be yours in that moment. And that's what I think the Bible is really getting to when it talks about the second you desire a thing or pray for a thing, it is yours. Meaning it's already happened. And time is coming to it, right? But the thing is, when you're praying for something, for instance, in that moment of prayer, right, you're experiencing that thing as if it already happened, like the war.
So it's on you. Time.
Okay, to her point, right, about God and the devil, some people believe that God and the devil are the same person. Some people think that Christ is on the other side, right? So, you know what I mean? Like, and I've heard this logic, produced in and present it towards the people. You know what I mean? Just to keep people, and the reason why they say that is because it keeps people blinded of what we really should be doing, right? It keep us controlled, and it's a tool of social engineering based on religion and and beliefs and things of that nature. That's why I tell people I believe that all religions essentially are connected. You know what I mean? In a certain instance, this is why I gave the analogy of me being on crack and me becoming a Muslim, and Smitty being on crack and becoming a Christian. Sorry about that, Smitty. But anyway, that's why I use that analogy. You know what I mean? So yes, but essentially, because I want to go back to the whole thing about talking about love. I think we experience love in different instances, right? This is why certain people ascribe, to being poly. Shout out to Miss Polly. You know what I mean? Wherever she's at. But some people subscribe to being poly. Some people subscribe to, being asexual, because sometimes the best love you can find is with other people. Or sometimes the best love you can find is just within yourself. Right? Monogamy is also a way that people feel like they can find the best love based on what they feel, or based on the experience, or based on them seeing their parents together, or whoever else, right? An older brother and sister, or the person down the block, or whoever else, right? You know what I mean? So, our experience and expression and perception of love is based on really our comfortability, right? It's not really based on anything else. If we lived in a different society, or we live in a different age, within this world, our view of love would be completely different. We may not even be able to even talk about this conversation, like Smitty said earlier. If there's something that we believe in, or something that we treasure, and I believe this wholeheartedly, we keep it private, especially when it comes to our beliefs, or whether it's political, social, personal, or religious. You know what I mean? We should keep these things, close to the heart and not expose them to everybody. I do agree with that. As a great Wendy Williams would say, it's kitchen table talk, right? It is talk that is based for private situations and private people and those that are really close to the heart. And even then, we may not share everything with them about what we feel and think and experience, right? So I agree with you, Lola, right? You know what I mean? Even though, I question things, but I agree with you. And I question you just to literally have fun and to make a conversation.
Okay, so this is the very last question for the evening. So when it comes to this right here, all right, so this is what I want to know. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to give Lola the floor first, of course. Soap, you got right after her. So what I would like to know is this. When it comes to religion and spirituality, should a person live their life based upon the spirituality being the reflection upon the religion, or should the religion be a reflection on their spirituality?
I'll say this, right? That's a very good question. Very good question. And it's not easy for me to answer it. And the reason why it's not easy for me to answer it is because
I didn't want it to be. I didn't.
Okay. So I'll skip that part. Now, I'll say this. One, in my estimation, okay, your religion, right, is what you are tied to, what you're bound to in the 3D world, right? Meaning how you come to decisions. That's your religion, right? Like, and decisions about the 3D world. Like, that's your religion. How you interact with the opposite sex. On what principles do you engage with the same sex? On what principles do you engage when it comes to power, when it comes to leadership, when it comes to submission, when it comes to building, when it comes to interacting with mass people, when it comes to making life or death decisions? This is your religion. Your spirituality is above anything happening in this world on this level. Because your spirituality is tied to lifetimes you can hardly remember and lifetimes you have to live after this. So this is why it's hard for me to say, well, your religion should reflect your spirituality. I'll say this. Your spirituality can give way to how you come to decisions, right? Like me, because I don't see God and the devil as different things acting and fighting, right? When things happen, I don't have a choice but to understand the happening as this is leading me to my purpose. And I have to figure out the best decision that's going to get me there and not experience a different side of this unnecessarily. I don't have to pray for something to get better. It's already better. That's my mentality, because my spirituality is a certain way. However, religion has its place when it comes to like me and my dude, right? Religion has its place in how me and him, deal with each other when it comes to leadership and respect. You feel me? Because if my spirituality was, listen, dog eat dog, nothing exists, right? I might have a hard time, with his leadership, right? I might, or I might not. But that's what I'm saying. There's a place for religion, but that place for religion doesn't supersede or supplant spirituality. And I like to keep those two things separate. I like, for instance, the Islamic traditions as it pertains to the treatment of animals, right? But when it comes to eating, period, or mass production of food.
Wow. Yep.
I like that. Halal. You see what I'm saying? I think that is a better way to manage the cycle of life, right? Like that. It's deeper than just that, right? As far as like the chemicals released in animals when they die, that goes into your body when you eat that meat. But that's just one aspect of religion, right? That I respect in that particular religion, right? In the Christian religion, right? There's certain aspects of how Christians don't necessarily feel that it's, let's say, haram for all intents and purposes for them to pray next to people that might not necessarily believe as them, right? They have a certain idea of openness, right? Like that whole open arms sort of thing that say other religions don't necessarily have on a mass scale, right? So there's different parts of religion that I like. I'll say there's certain parts of, let's say, ATRs, right? African traditional religions that I like.
So
yeah, okay.
I'm gonna get your chance because this is just a 2-part back and forth. Trust and believe, Lola. You do get one more response. Soap, this is your first response. So let's go.
All right, because I'm gonna land here because I do have to make a call, but I will say this, right?
All right.
I would say theoretically, you know what I mean? I think that we all can borrow different things from each religion, as Lola was saying, and in that, because to me, religion is a map, right? Like, so my thing is that this is what I ask human beings: why do we keep separating the map? Right? If Smitty got a piece, I got a piece, and Lola got a piece, and if we put that piece together, we can find the key to life. Why not do it? You know what I'm saying? Why not put the pieces together, find the key to life, and move forward and grow? And I think that's what society is fearful of. I think they're fearful for us uniting, you know what I mean? Putting all the pieces together and saying, hey, look, forget who said this or who said that. Let's put it all together and be as one. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna land this here, and I'm gonna say this quote. You know what I mean? I've said this to Lola before. You know what I mean? He who is God is he who controls time. Love you, Smitty. Love you, Lola. I'm gonna catch y'all later. This to be continued. You already know that.
Salute to that. Okay, now, so Lola, what do you have on that last part? So basically, just to end it off before we get up out of here, because I am going to go ahead and end this off. This has been awesome, and I appreciate you both. So my whole point is this, right? I noticed that a lot of people put the religion before the spirituality, and what I've learned, at least, is this, right? Is that spirituality in my book and religion is like this, and then you can respond and we can give our final statements. Spirituality and religion. Walk into a room that's completely blank, and in that room you see a frame up on the wall and it's no picture. Somebody just hung up an empty frame. Most people would walk into that empty room, notice that frame, and be like, something's missing. Okay, step out, come back in. Now we're in the same room, but they switched it up, and we're in the same room, and it's now in the same spot, a portrait on the wall, but the portrait doesn't have a frame. Now I'm pretty sure all of us have seen many times pictures hung up without a frame.
Right.
Do you see that there's anything wrong with that? So my point is, I do believe that a lot of people are ran off from that aspect of religion, no matter what sect it can be, because there's a disconnect between putting that before the actual you, because the spirituality that I believe is the actual you. That's actually you, right? And so you should be guided to whatever. So if you wound up being Hindu, if you wound up being, whatever, that's because that's where your spirit guided you, not what your community and family forced you or upbrought you into be. And I do believe that a lot of people wound up running from religion because they was forced into it, as opposed to being allowed to just kind of grow spiritually and decipher, where do I belong in this whole cosmos of the spiritual that is what we know on earth based upon religious place. Let's keep on going. Go ahead, Lola.
I agree with you. I guess I would add, not necessarily, I would take away, but I would add that when you talk about religion, a lot of times really how people are interacting with religion is through the concept of tradition, right? And traditions have their they have their reasons for why they exist, right? However, people get too much of that, right? And there's no, like you said, there's a frame, no picture. That's the religion. Picture, no frame. That's the spirituality that people are perceiving. So there's a balance effect that needs to be in both, right? And some people, when they get too much of either, they reject it completely and then run to the other side. I've experienced that with certain people that leave religion and spirituality altogether, and they come down to, ACRs, for instance, and they feel that they can flourish there because there's no rules, there's no accountability, they can do as they please. And then they realize, no, this is just a heightened sense of religion if that's your mentality. So, it's something that I don't think through history people have really, let's say, put all the pieces together to realize, hey, this is the reason why people are leaving the religion, because we're not focused on the individual and their experience of the non-physical. We're focused on tradition, and we could care less about people. And this is when people aren't animals, where they just learn to do things the same way every day. Like, this is where I feel humanity failed over the last, I don't know how many thousands of millions of years. This is where they failed. But I think in certain pockets of the world, they've gotten it right to a larger degree, you feel me, in terms of spirituality, and then in other parts, maybe religion. But it is now, let's say this is a time of what I call jubilee, of coming together and leaving everything behind and putting it back together. And that is what I want to say is the theme of the religion of Egypt, which is the tradition of Osiris, which is the dismemberment of Osiris and the remembering of Osiris, which is the putting together the limbs and the pieces of his body back together, because they're needed to
be the 13 pieces that were spread out.
Yes, the 13 pieces. In some sense, Osiris represents the you, right? And then in another sense, Osiris represents just humanity in period, right? And how things have been disjointed and how it's necessary. This is the cycle of love, the cycle of life, to dismember things so that you can understand what it feels like and what it means to be separated, so that when you come back together, you have a heightened understanding of the why and the how too. So I'm all for people having a discussion, even if it hurts, of why we need religion or why we don't need religion. Because ultimately, this back and forth is to help us get to a place that we really don't know right? We don't know what this place is, but we know we're supposed to be there. There's this innate knowing that we're on a journey and we're not where we're supposed to be at, but we definitely ain't where we started. And that is something that is beyond religion. I would even say, to a degree, it's at the head of spirituality, but it's in a non-knowing way. So all of us are kind of like we got a feeling, you know what I mean, that something's happening, you know what I mean, but we can't explain it. But we know that feeling ain't never gonna lie to us.
Lola, don't you remember when I was speaking about it, as far as when we was talking about is the world flat or not, and like the ends of the earth, and how I was like with the Antarctica thing. Now let's make the correlation. I was specifically saying, and I thank you all for tuning in right now to Smitty's Corner. This right here is the ether in which we put out to the universe. The time right now is 3:52 East Coast Standard Time PM. So you remember when we was talking about the ends of the earth, Antarctica, and I was speaking about how, you know, there are just certain things we're not supposed to know, and how I was making this reference to there's only but so deep and so much we know about the ocean, and there is only but so much we know about space. Why is that? Because it's a clear indication that God is telling us that no matter which direction you try to run to, you can't go but so far. We try to drill, but we can't drill but so far. You see? So my whole point is like the limitations when it comes to that. I do believe that a lot of times that us as people, we just try to simply transgress boundaries. And honestly, there's just going to be a lot of things in this world, in this universe, this life, we're just not going to know. You're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to know exactly what that is. It's not for you to know.
Correct. And that's 1 trillion percent.
But watch this last part though. But watch this though. But it is for you to continuously study. You see what I'm saying? Because the fact is that we have records of some of the wisest of, you know, historians, whatever. They literally, as we would call, crossed over, I would say, passed on for the cause, because their entire life's work was studying this one atom. You know, I mean, seriously, like, you know, there are people who left from this planet and their entire life's work was studying not an entire scripture or an entire book, but just one verse. This person and many other scribes and scholars and the wise ones of all over from walks of life, they all gathered together to try to figure out this one verse. And this one verse maybe only consisted of like 8 words. And everybody's sitting around scratching their head trying to figure out, what does this mean? So now then I take that and I break it down to something even smaller, and I say, okay, bet we talking about love. Yo, like I just be saying to myself, how do we keep on trying to have, whether it's panels, shows, and everything, and make one description? You know, the places where I attract to the most are the places that recognize, just like the stars that you see and, you know, before you right now on the screen. Imagine each and every one of these stars being a different version of what love consists of, the views and everything. Now watch this. Isn't each star shining? Isn't each and every last one shining, right? So it's like we see all the stars. Now watch this. Which star is more significant? Which is more important? Or do they all collectively bring about what brings the beauty of what we see when we stare at the universe and what is infinite and beyond? And that is the main thing that I always try to make sure that I get across to folks. Like, listen, it's not no one way with this thing. That's why I be so wild when I be hearing folks like, for example, Lola, let me ask you a question. What's your take on, for example, dudes that come up to these spaces And me and you both know. So I know for a fact, okay, off rip, there are 10 times, 15 times more women on planet Earth than men.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you come up so angry and screaming about the smallest group of what is not the totality of us?
In my opinion, the reason why they are coming up onto panels with it, right, versus any place else, is because the panel allows them to essentially speak without being reprimanded, right, in real time. It's a freedom that they didn't earn, but they get to indulge in by proxy of the fact that they have internet service. That's one. And then two, they're complaining about the minority of women that they are attracted to, because really that's truly what they deserve, but they're not happy with what they deserve, because to deserve more is to be better. That's what that. And even if you're a guy like, my man over there, Mr. Cooley, who thinks he fits every metric, right? When I first seen him, he was the most neutral person I'd seen. I didn't even understand why there was an issue, right? Because I didn't see him as being attractive per se for me. His height, I see a lot of tall men over 6 feet. Like, that means nothing. You make six figures. Most people in DC make six figures. I just didn't understand the issue there. But see, right, when he comes and he talks like the way he's talking, right? And other people like him and say, I'm high value, I deserve, right? The reason why you gotta say you deserve is because you don't deserve. And somewhere inside yourself, there's something wrong and you just don't want to address it. But what you can address is other people in a space that won't check you for it. Because I'll be honest with you, right? Nothing in this universe exists by chance. So everything that you're experiencing is what you're supposed to experience for a reason. Now, if you ask yourself, why is it that I only experience women that lie, cheat, steal, and, do crap? Why is it that these are the only, I know there's more out there, but these are the only ones that come to me that I seem to really like. And then afterwards, I just get messed over. Why is it that this keeps happening to me? No matter what I do, I keep using the same type of women. Just notice how the more I talk, the more it's about the women.
Man, hey, talk about it, fam. Before we get up out of here, you got the floor.
No, that part. So when they come up in these spaces, right, and I hear them complaining, I'm not concerned about the actual women that they're complaining about, because again, since the beginning of time on this planet, prostitution has been here since the beginning of time. Okay. I'm not going to go into the Adam and Eve story, but let me just say since the beginning of time. What we will say, though, is if someone doesn't like something, normally we would automatically say, well, if you don't like it, just choose different, right? But the choice in choosing different is met with resistance. Why is it met with resistance? Because there's something going on in our lives that we need to fix, that we can't really put our fingers on. Like, we can't, and sometimes that happens. Sometimes we just can't figure out what is it that's going on in my life that I don't see that's affecting my surroundings and why this is the case. You see what I'm saying? When it comes to women, we can clearly understand that if they keep choosing a certain type of man, it's because of something that's going on within themselves, right? So we don't look at them and say, oh man, I feel sorry for you. These men should be better. It's like, no, there's different types of men. You just attracted to a certain type. That's okay. But that's the reality, right? So when men come and do it, right, they're indulging inside of, let's say, a feminine space, right? Because it's very feminine for a man to come to a space of other men to complain about what his dick can't do. It's very feminine, right? And so when he complains, well, women need to submit, women somehow need to submit to somebody, I don't know. And they're doing it in a room full of men. This is a privilege that a man gets to have that's really reserved for women. But because of the way life is now, right, you can do that because nobody's going to really, let's say, hold you to task for doing that. Nobody's going to slap you in your mouth for doing that, right? So you get to do it unchecked to a degree. But I'll say when I see spaces where men hold other men accountable, for instance, like I've seen you do that. I've seen men come up on your panel and they started doing the whole, dancing stuff. And you say, hold on, let me ask you something. If you did, and you, and that's enough. But, yeah, I've seen you do that. And while you're not smacking them in the mouth, Smitty, it's still the concept that you're in a masculine space. And in a masculine space, we don't just listen to you rant so that you can feel better. That's not how masculinity works by nature. Femininity listens. Masculinity delegates. That's not a male or female thing. That's an energy thing. So if you're in a space where the energy is masculine, you will not just bend people's ears with how bad things are with you, and especially with your dick and what you can't do on a date and shit like that. Like, I don't know, but that's how I see it. So it don't bother me. It don't bother me at all. It really don't. I'm unbothered by people that do that because I understand what it is within their own lives. But the thing that bothers me is when I see other people that seem like they should know better, but then they act like they don't. I don't know. It's a weird thing. I mean, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they really don't see it either. But that's what bothers me. The people that I think do know and they still pretend like they don't see it.
And that is absolutely, on the final thoughts on that, yeah, that is absolutely one of the biggest detriments. I do believe is the simple fact that the fact is this: anytime that there is, let's just say relationship wise, two people involved, the fact is that there is two parts to add into everything that took place. And a lot of times we don't recognize exactly what is our part to play in whatever circumstance it may be. I don't know what my part to play in certain circumstances may be, simply because sometimes when you're just in that, I guess you can say, mode of just learning and developing in something, have we not in anything that we've ever taken time to learn and master? Fam, you do what's that? Tai Chi, Taekwondo, whatever it is, right? Martial art. You do martial art.
I do, but I study Hapkido, which is a good.
All right, bet keto. Okay, you know what's wild? Because my daughter do as well. That's what she does, Hapkido. Yep, the exact same. I actually have footage of that. So my point is this, right? When you was going through that, wherever you are, whatever stage you are in that, did you not get knocked down before? Did you not lose maybe a scrimmage, a spar? Did you not have to go through like, okay, I bet next time? So what I'm saying is, if you ever have hit the mat before and you were on your back looking up and somebody has their fist to them and you're seeing that ref says time, set. Did you give up right then and there? Did you walk off the mat and say, you know what, I'm taking everything off, man, bump this? Or did you, what was your headspace? Let's go.
I have, listen, I have lost many scrimmages, okay? I've lost many scrimmages, but keep in mind, I'm being challenged by people who have won many scrimmages. So these are professionals in their craft. And each loss taught me what I should, let's say, aspire to be within myself. Each loss. And I'll be honest with you, without those losses, I don't think I would be so confident in my skill now, because I know what it feels like to get slammed on the ground. I know what it feels like to feel like a elbow to a fist to a back fist. Like, I know what it feels like to really get hit by somebody who understands the element of steel in fighting. And I don't mean as in using a piece of it. I mean like your body feels like steel. I know that feeling. So with knowing, right, now I move better. And so I don't think I would even be qualified to speak if I hadn't have went through those losses. So, there is no giving up, because the purpose of that loss is to show you the win. So it's like, I remember on one of my belt rankings, right? I was at the rankings, and I'll be honest with you, if passing the test was like an 80, right? I was probably a 77 at that point, right? But I ain't even lie. I ain't even lie. But what happened was, I was doing a maneuver where I had to kick through a piece of wood, right? And that's not easy. And when you spinning, like, you gotta really, and I got a spinning issue. So what happened was, I missed the wood, right? But the kick was correct. But what happened was, I fell on a spin kick, and that's like really embarrassing, right? And
Because
I landed.
yeah. When you missed it, all of the force and the momentum of your body weight, gravity, everything connected at once, and you wound up on the mat. Rock out.
I wound up, and here's the thing: they didn't even have no mat down. That's how bad it was. There was no mat. It was just perfect.
Yeah, you where Junior was. Y'all was on the hardwood. Oh shit!
Yeah, on the hardwood.
I was saying something about that shit too.
I literally landed on that hard floor. But what happened was, my fall, I had fell so much in class, right? And I used to be embarrassed about it, but I had fell so much that in that moment when I was in the test ranking, right? And it was like 10 people up there watching me. I fell so perfectly, right? And broke the fall so perfectly that they was like, yo, this is the best, like ranking they ever been to, right? Based on how good I failed. I passed based on how good I failed, essentially. Yes, they seen the way I broke that fall on the floor and was like, yo, I ain't never seen nobody go up that high and come down and break that fall that perfect. But it was because I had fell so many times before when other people were standing up doing their little stuff. I was on the floor falling and stuff, but I had done it so much that I had built up resistance that when it came time to really show down, my mind instantly went into the fall, and it was just perfect, right? And that's part of martial art, losing correctly so that you don't get hurt. And I passed with flying colors because I knew how to essentially get pushed on my back and get up and not feel like that's the end. And so that was a moment in time that taught me a lot about failure, right? And that if you're gonna fail good, meaning don't be a puss ass about it and shit. Like, get back up. Don't be complaining. Just get back up, because that is a lesson and there's more to this. And if you get lost in that part, so be it. But that, I'll say that about losing and being on my back. Literally, I was on my back. Okay.
I absolutely positively love that. So I'll go ahead and give the final word so we can go ahead and get up out of here. Because I definitely got to get upstairs and get on that Mac computer. I got a lot of work to do. So we're going to keep on making sure everything keeps on progressing. Absolutely. Hey, fam, I appreciate you, Native. I appreciate you coming through. I appreciate you showing love. So if you're listening by any chance, I appreciate you coming through. Anybody who has tuned in, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you coming through. Absolutely. Because at the end of it all we got. And that's just all it is that I see to it. You know what I'm saying? So on my last note that I'll give before we get up out of here, this is what I see with, everything when it comes to, I guess you can say, the dynamics and how love, and I guess you can say relationships, and even just life and people work. What I notice is this: we are the only ones, if you notice in the descriptions in front of you, that go outside of nature. The fact is that anything from lions, bees, hummingbirds, elephants, dolphins, octopus, you name it, it doesn't matter. Everything works in accordance. We are the only ones that go outside of the purpose and the accordance of what it is that we're designed for. And so I see that in a much deeper scale when I'm thinking about, okay, why is it that something, considering we are to be at the top of the food chain, why is it that in most cases we go outside the purpose of who and what we are, to the point where we just simply act lower than what it is that we're supposed to be above? Like, nothing that I see moves outside of its natural. We go outside the natural nature and order of which it is that we are supposed to be. Now, a lot of people will say, well, Smitty, are you talking about like worship God? Are you talking about be married? No, I'm not talking about any of these things. What I'm talking about is not defying the laws of what it is that is supposed to be of organic. Now, as I said before, when one lives in accordance to man, when one lives in accordance to man, you will never be rich. And when one lives in accordance to nature, you will never be poor. And it's just as simple as that. So I'll just leave for you to think about that. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Lola, I appreciate you, family. Respect to you all.